worldwide audience. Well, it's good morning here. It's 4 o'clock in the morning in Australia, so that means it's another NMRAx extravaganza for the next 4 hours. We've got four great clinics coming up, and yeah, we'll have our breakout rooms open again. You'll see the links going across the bottom. So as the day or the afternoon progresses, yes, it was afternoon in America. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. At the morning or the afternoon progresses, you can go over to the makeup rooms afterwards and you can actually talk to the clinicians. We've got a little breakout room there for each one of them. And I think that's about it at the moment. No one wants to listen to me rabbit on, but we've got a new member of the NMRAX team who's come to join us, who's going to be doing some hosting and asking some pertinent questions at the end of the clinic. And I'd like everyone to give Jacob a big round of applause. You can hear him out there in the distance, all clapping away. And I'm going to hand it straight over to Jacob now. He's going to introduce Tony, and I'll catch you guys later on during the show. Over to you,
So,
Jacob.
thank you. So our first presenter is the editor of Model Railroad News, managing editor of Diesel Era, and the founding editor of HO Scale Collector for White River Productions. An avid HO Scale train collector, we all welcome all the way from Plattsburgh, Missouri, Tony Cook.
Thank you, Jacob. Thank you. It's the first time I've got to meet this young fellow. We've got the NMRAX stuff has been going more than a year now, and this is I was telling him before we got started that I think this is like one of the most professional things I've ever seen in the hobby, and so much fun. But I'm going to get rolling here. My presentation to kick things off for this fine Saturday afternoon and somehow late September, which tell me how that happened. I'm baffled at that one, but it is September 25th somehow. Uh, I will be talking today about a model you never got to own and its prototype. So I will combine both General Electric's U25B diesel locomotive history, and we'll also talk about the HO models because I think that's an approach for a lot of us in the NMRA members and hobbyists in general, that there are folks that are just model railroaders and don't give a hoot about seeing the real trains running, or it's not really their thing. And then there's guys that are just rail fans out there. But I think for a lot of us, it kind of goes hand in hand. We have the models because we like the real deal and we want to know how the models measure up. So we're going to kind of walk through this history of U25Bs, talking both models with the focus on HO and then the prototype, which was introduced back around 1960. I'm going to give a little background on Lindbergh. It's probably a name you know. It is still around today. It's an asset of Round 2 Hobby out of, I believe, Indiana in the United States. And they sell some of Lindbergh's other tooling. The railroad models have not been available for many years. Mantua Classics was the last place some of the freight cars existed, and you'll probably remember that. But the line itself got started in the early 1960s. This is their first one and only that I know of catalog. It was a fold out color brochure that showed you the switcher that they called an SW600, which is actually an SW1 or closer to that anyway. The typical 40-foot box car. They had an ice hatch steel reefer, wood stock car, single dome tank car, 40-foot flat car with crates, kind of a war emergency two-bay hopper, gondola, flat. They also sold the flat car without the add-on crates, and then the New England style caboose. Notable, the tank car and the hopper car never existed from Lindbergh in the early 1960s, that they only officially were available in the 1980s from Mantua. As I stated, the switch engine is sold as an SW600, which is a real model, and Chicago Northwestern is the only Class 1 U.S. railroad that purchased those from EMD. The other small production of SW600s all went to like industrial concerns. And while this is in the neighborhood, I think that sand storage there below the front radiator grill, that kind of saddlebag looking thing on the front walkway, and in general, I would spec this as an SW1. Lindbergh sold things as kits, as you can see there on the left, in that kind of typical blue box Athearn or Varney style. And then they also sold things ready to roll, as you see there in the window display box. Probably their most famous and longest serving contribution to the hobby were these trucks. These were made out of Delrin. It was kind of a plastic. They had good, for their day, detail. As you can see, look at the back of the wheels there on that gray Beddendorf style truck. You can see the pattern on the back of the wheels, which is not typical of the early 1960s. The trucks came in these neat little clear plastic cases and remained available forever. In fact, you'll still see them at hobby shows. I occasionally see guys that have the whole dealer display box sitting there of them. So they were quite popular for their time. When Lindbergh was introduced in the early 60s, this is about what the hobby looked like at the time. You had Athens Jeep 30 was new, the Mantua Tyco Jeep 20 was new. Competing switcher, that wonderful purple Revell SW7 would have been just a few years old. Pinline Roundhouse and Lionel was in the second half of its first run at a show. Now, to jump over to the U25, it was never in Lindbergh's catalog, but it was new at that time in the early 1960s. And here's some of the forerunners to General Electric's entry in diesel locomotives. And now, when I say entry in 1960, that has to have a big asterisk next to it, obviously, because GE you can trace all the way back to the Alco Ingersoll Rand GE box cab locomotive of about 1910, that they were involved there. And they also built electrical components and traction motors for Alco into the early 1950s. In fact, at a glance, you'd say, well, that's just an Alco FA2 we're looking at here. This is the test bed that General Electric built in the mid 1950s. They were doing export locomotives, and we'll take a look at one of those in a moment. This is an Al Gorney photo of the AB set, and these were UM20Bs, I believe, is what they were called. They had a Cooper Bessemer engine in them. It's really kind of a sleek looking FA with the flush headlight, the fluting on the side. I mean, it's almost like here, this is the passenger, dressed up version of a FA if there was such a beast. But this is all General Electric made. And this was done in the mid 1950s when they were working on their export units. And these went through several changes. They were operated on the Erie for a while and wore Erie colors. They went to Union Pacific, and as you see, got armor yellow and the typical streamliner wings, Herald on the front. UP actually did purchase these demonstrator or test bed locomotives and operated them for a few years, and I think they're off the roster by the early 60s. So again, they basically were just a hulk for GE to put things into and then kind of tinker with and fine tune what they were working on. And what they were working on was this. This is a UD or UB18, and these were built for NDM. And as you can see now, we're starting to take shape a little more towards the U25. This is the typical hood arrangement, not a cab unit with a short hood cab, long hood. These again are about 1956, and there's a handful of these built and sold to the NDM. This is a Dick Kelb's photo. He was a very famous rail photographer, lived in Texas, and this was one of his Mexican trips. All these pictures, by the way, I believe all of them are from Kevin Udaley's collection, he and Nadine Udaley are the founders and owners of White River Productions. Here's what we did finally see almost again as a U25. This is and one of these survived forever at General Electric into about 1990 and was used, I was told, they would do test applications of paint and other things on it. It sat in one of these two 751 and 752 survive into the 90s basically as just something to tinker with, as I think we all have junk shells laying around that when we're starting to use the airbrush, it's like, well, let me grab that old Athearn 40-foot boxcar and how's my paint spraying today? So I think that's what these were done for. But as you can see, this is starting to look like that phase one U25. If you look in the background, you see tricolor Wabash motive power, and that chimney in the background, you see Wab for Wabash. I believe this is Decatur, Illinois, and these would be testing in the late 1950s. So again, this is getting closer, but is still, I believe, built as an export model. If you notice, there's no front walkway. The short hood comes all the way out and around, and they have kind of that interesting sloped pilot to them. And as you can see, the real access back up to the cab is behind that lead truck. So an interesting beast. And again, at a first glance, You might say, oh, it's one of those early phase U25s, but it is not. And there were only two of these, and they toured and traveled around North America kind of on GE's let's see what everyone thinks. And then this is closer to production. This is a phase one. It basically is a production unit. This is on the Colorado and Southern Burlington subsidiary. This is in the Denver area, about 1960. And this is what the first GE diesel locomotive that they offered for the North American market looked like. Four axle. If you notice, if you're familiar with U-boats, look at the tank area there, and it's kind of curious that I think most from the U-28s on forward, those air tanks would be oriented, sideways with the trucks on each side of the tank. But as you can see, this early design has kind of a curious tank. And then the odd pilot from those early test bed units sort of comes over, that we've got this straight up step and the curved over front pilot. Of course, at the time, in general, the Jeep 7.9 had established that transition from cab diesels in North America to this short hood cab, long hood became standard. So this being a high hood would have been typical for the time and not uncommon. The Jeep 20s were just coming out at the same time from EMD and showing that low nose, as was Alco's like RS27. But this would be an early phase U25 with the high hood. And if you notice too, look at the front and back handrails have this, instead of just coming over from the center where the drop step is and down, it's kind of hard to see in this picture, but there's these big up and over loops to the handrails as well, which is another interesting spotting feature. And these went through a couple of different demonstrator schemes. They always were this kind of red and white. This is kind of the more Spartan version of that paint. There's another one with a giant GE logo on its nose that's a very attractive look as well. So there were a number of these that GE sent out and promoted. And there we go. This is the 4-unit set that introduces the low hood. So this would almost be the phase 2 or 1B of the U25s, but notice it still has the up and over handrails. This went to the Union Pacific, and the regular low hood U25s that came later went to a more traditional handrail style. But this 4-unit set included a mix of low hood, high hood. I think this is an awesome red and white scheme with the big General Electric on the side and the giant GE logo on the nose. And so this is kind of the first of what was the mass produced examples. Union Pacific and Frisco bought these early U25Bs with the high hood. And this is a really fascinating picture. This is late 1960s. So this unit is going on 10 years old. It obviously got a fresh paint job. And for the most part, these are off UP's roster of active duty by the early 1970s. So for this to have been all dressed up, it didn't have that much longer to go. Again, we're looking at the opposite side on this. You can see the other air tank and how it's placed behind the tank as it was on that other side. A good look here at the interesting front pilots, which are very unique with that straight up walkway instead of kind of the stair step angle. Again, that neat up and over handrail. You notice the sand hatch filler above the headlights there on the short hood is a very squarish and tall example. And then on back, this was a trademark of the U25B and U25C for the most part, that up and over step, and that was not something put in just for exercise for the crews. There, I was told, is a toolbox that is accessible through those hatches there above the truck, that's an open area in there for storage, which I did not know that until recently. Another thing too on checking these for dynamic brakes, we might see it better on this one. Yes. Dynamic brakes on an EMD is easy. It's a big blister in the center hood with a fan on the roof. On GE, there's not something that obvious, but as spotters will tell you, look at the open grills there in the back over the up and over stair area above the rear truck and see that kind of up and down shutter pattern there. That unit has dynamic brakes. If they don't have dynamic brakes, that'll just be a screened in area and you don't have that section of kind of those up and down checkerboards. Again, another awesome look here. This is pooling on the Illinois Central. Remember, back in these days, the UP had no direct access to Chicago. And so Omaha Council Bluffs at the Iowa-Nebraska border was the end point on the eastern end of the Union Pacific. And basically, they pooled with everybody: Northwestern, Illinois Central, Milwaukee, Rock Island, back in those days to go out to like North Platte was just an amazing variety of power all sitting there, rotating back and forth with their link to Chicago. So this is over in the Chicago area. You see the black in the new image, which came in 1967, orange and white Illinois Central back there. And this shows us the top of one of these early phase units. You see the cab vent over the cab. The one cable there we think is something to do with antenna. And then the plate on the top we're not sure about. I've talked with some of the guys at Rapido doing work on them. At first thought you might think, well, was that for steam generator equipment that's not there? Because a lot of like, the early Jeeps, like if you had a Jeep 9 with a steam generator, it would be there in the short hood. But remember, GE's steam generator option usually was behind the cab on the long hood. So we're not sure exactly what that feature is for. But as you can see, there was a plate up on their roof as well, which is rather interesting. This is a nice picture. This is in Topeka, and you can see I love the guy hanging out of the cab. Is that a classic railroader or what? In his overalls, his hat's on, looking down the rail. I mean, that could be the cover of a model train catalog. But there's a phase one. The unit behind it is the Alco RS-27 that I mentioned. It was out at the same time as the GP20 from EMD, and both basically would have probably lasted longer in their respective diesel builder catalogs, except for the U25B. One of the things GE brought with its design was it had a pressurized engine area, so it kept dust out. That, if you ever walked into a building that's pressurized as the doors open, you can kind of feel that burst of air that's keeping junk from being brought in. Same concept on these U25s. And this and some other developments that GE brought to the table at the same time Alco's RS-27 and the GP20 were on the market basically outmoded them quickly. And so this is the last of the Alco RS series, this 27. They would come back around with the Century line within a year or so. And then one of the follow-ups to GE's entry into the market is third, the giant U50, and this is the regular U50 with the gimbal set of two AAR Type B trucks. Remember, there's also a U50C that rode on six-axle trucks, as UP seemingly could not get enough of double diesels in the 1960s, much to the delight of modelers and rail fans alike. Lots of roads bought from General Electric this first round. The U25 was a very successful model, lots of great road names throughout. And although a lot of these early 1960s models, and I should say prototypes, I say models, but when I'm saying models, I'm not talking are plastic replicas. But it seems like when you look at some of these earlier ones like the GP20, the Jeep 30, a lot of them are fairly generic. You have like Southern Pacific, bought its light packages, and there's some of that. But really, a lot of that customization, this was really more that era of mass production. Can we sell you all the same kind of locomotive was the goal. And when we first got back into a lot of research on the U25B with the announcement of Rapido's coming HO model, my thought was, well, the U25 is a pretty vanilla, item, that they're all pretty close to the same. And it's not true at all. In fact, even this Santa Fe, the below the 1607 on the cab, do you see those access doors? How there's tall, short, tall on the size of those plates that come open there between the louvers. That's fairly unique to those Santa Fe's. The step over in the back, which is common to U25s, that's not the case on a couple of the Santa Fe's. They have no up and over, and I don't know why they don't, but they don't. Fuel tank contours change as well through the different orders. And Santa Fe, if you look up at the exhaust, see the very square rectangular exhaust sticking out of kind of that trough that it's sitting in. This is also a spotting feature to look for in U25s because it's all over the place. And again, we're only talking here about the earlier production U25s. So when I say earlier mass produced, I'm talking low nose. But then that changes a lot too. See, this has the big picture window below the headlights and the number boards, that single piece windshield. That will change on the last phase U25s. And the nose, which is fairly straight, the roof surface of the nose doesn't have much angle. It gets more angled as we move on down. And the door access panels across there where it says Santa Fe, if you see the F and E in Santa Fe, see above it the knuckle busters, that those are all shorter doors, and then you have taller doors across the word Santa. That changes on these earlier units, as does, if you notice, the shape of the in the recessed knuckle buster piece is kind of a teardrop around. There are also those that are that more traditional square area there as well. So as far as diesel spotting, these are just an absolute all over the place to look for things. This is a Penn Central one, and of course, Penn Central would not have actually purchased U25s because production ends in 1964 or 5 by General Electric. Penn Central does not exist until February of 68. This you can see has that signal control box up on the front there in front of the engineer's part on the cab. That's kind of a unique thing to Penn Central. This one has, if you look where the PC logo is back there by the radiator intake, you'll notice a couple of short doors. And then over the right side of the PC, the doors get tall. The word pin, the doors are tall. Then the access doors over central are short. So there's the version with short, tall, short access doors. And then look at the exhaust. We have the shorter and oval shaped exhaust sticking out of, there is a trough there, but it's fairly low. And then below 2632, remember on the Santa Fe, it was that tall, short, tall door. Look there, that one has two big doors. And there's an access panel under the louver up front that was not on the Santa Fe. Erie Lackawanna's examples here again. This is a better look at the short, tall, short phase of production. And if you want to look and find more about these phases, Diesel Era years back has covered them. I'm starting a new series, Union Pacific's U25Bs in the phase 1 are covered in the current third quarter edition of Diesel Era, and you can find that at dieselera.com. And then back issues are available through Paul Withers, that he has the issues before White River took over the magazine. And I do have lists in the new one of other places to look for U25 information. And then online, I believe there is on TrainWeb that original owners list for U25s that'll run down some of these phases. And again, time, even with about an hour here, as rail spotters know, doesn't give us enough time really to go through all of these different things. But I'm just trying to hit some of the high points here and just kind of whet your appetite to find out more, depending on maybe if you're into this railroad or that railroad or what your interest might be, to kind of look a bit more. I don't think I mentioned, but you can see here the fuel tanks have taken on a more common look with the air tanks mounted front and back of the fuel tank, and the fuel tank has that more standard look to it than those early versions that had the tank mounted out front where you could see it hanging below the sill. On these Eries, again, look at the battery box doors where the little lightning bolt radio equipped is below the 2501. This unit has two panels there and no openings over the louvers. And this again has dynamic brakes, as we can see from that up and down checkerboard back there in the radiator section. Here's a neat picture. This is at Silvis, Illinois on the Rock Island. And Rock had lots of U-boats. I believe this is almost the as-delivered scheme, although they may have had those silver chevrons on their nose. But here's a great side view looking into that back area. Now, as you can see, this Rock Island has no dynamics, that there's just a few of the vertical bars there across the screen area. And you can see that nice slope to the back of the hood, that it was not a straight up and down to both the front of the nose has got a bit of a slope, and then you can see the tail has got a slope. Whereas once we get to the U28, 30, 33, 36, and even the C30 series, the nose and the back ends are basically straight. But these early U25s, both the B and C editions, had a bit of an angle. Um, Rock Island had, I think, it in itself will be a tough one to cover when I get up to it in Diesel Era, because they've got so many different phases. And boy, by the time they got through with them, they're in that kind of shape. But there's a late phase unit. We can see the split windshield. Notice the slope to the nose, that it's not a straight nose. See how that nose is very straight, and that one's got a good angle on it. This would be a late phase U25, or was at some point. and is in pretty rugged shape. So, and again, when you get to this point, this is another tough thing I think for a lot of hobby manufacturers today when they aim at certain paint schemes, although this just barely has a paint scheme to it, uh, trying to detail those and make them right really gets crazy because of all the changes and things added and subtracted to them over the years. We'll jump back now to the models. This is a mock-up, or I mean, it's an actual model, but it was never released. This is the New York Central lettering is dry. The dry transfer lettering is done to it, so it is not a regular Tampo stamp production example. This was not included in Lindbergh's announced models of the early 1960s. And my understanding is its first announcement in the hobby came in the late 1960s. The company had moved from Skokie, Illinois, in the Chicago area down to Florida. And as it kind of regrouped, this U25, which I believe was tooled though, or at least drawn up back at the time when the other part of the line was done, had sat for all these years. For its day, I mean, late 1960s, when you look at that, it's got treadwalk, it's a multi part shell, it is an earlier phase U25. Um, this one has no handrails, but you see the posts. This is another spotting feature on the U25s. The early production, the stanchions fit into the walkway area, and only the later production had the more traditional where the stanchions come down on the outside of the walkway and go into the frame or sill line. So this again was an interesting thing to look for when you're trying to spot U25s. If the stanchions go into the walkways, it's earlier than the later ones have that more traditional where it's off on the outside instead of sticking into kind of the floor of the walkway. Uh, this unit too, if you notice, has the class lights are up mounted on the corners of both the low nose and then here on the tail. I've been told this is very challenging to pull off in plastic molding even today. Rapido is doing it, but like the Stewart Bowser units, which we'll look at in a moment, did not do that. And it was probably they moved those around to the ends and again might have been done as a concession to getting them to come out of the injection molding process better. This unit, the only part of it that's kind of not finished, that is the coil band drive that was in Lindbergh's switch engine with that giant cog wheel. And it's kind of spaced out across the chassis, but as you can see, it's not 100%. The trucks would have been new cast AAR Type Bs. The switcher ran, of course, on the Type A trucks, and there's a look at how that motor fit that shorter frame and how they were trying to address and put it into this longer frame, which at least this sample shows that it was not finished. What's interesting at the time, so many models, when you think about tooling, never goes away, it seems, in the hobby. Whether it's good, bad, or indifferent, somehow models just never go away. And here's one that never came out, but as you can see, was certainly there. And boy, for its day, this would have been a dynamite model in the late 1960s. This is the bottom, same as the switcher. There's like a coil band. It's not a rubber band drive, but it's kind of the same concept. The coil band wraps around. The fuel tank and frame are die cast metal, and those AAR Type B trucks are also die cast metal. It's really, as I say, it's a good looking model. I've only seen there's this New York Central that I have, which is fully boxed, and I think I have a picture of its package, which is also interesting for a model never released, that the packaging was complete as well. They showed a Southern Pacific decorated example, and there's a Milwaukee Road example. And again, none of them ever showed handrails. So that may have never been somehow finished at some point in the model's life. This is that regroup in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. I guess enough of the Chicago winters, and everybody moved to Fort Lauderdale, and the company was kind of rebranded Linco. And this was about the time that it was going to come out. There's that Milwaukee Road example. Again, you see no handrails, but that's probably, again, a hand-painted U25 there in the bottom right saying it's coming soon. The freight car trucks, as I mentioned, were always a staple in the hobby, and those did return to market at this time. This was in a dealer group from Walthers about 1970, and was promoting the return of the line. It shows the U25, which would have been 1695. Wow, in 6 prototype roads. I'll take 2 of each and give me 4 of the undecorated. That's what a deal. The switcher was supposed to come back 995. Now the freight cars, it's noteworthy if you're a collector because the first round from Lindbergh, and this is a bit odd for any model train line, but there really is only the one road name that you see. That in general, everybody always seemed to do 2, 3, 4 road names for anything they tooled up. Yet Lindbergh did not. It was, I think, the flat car with like the US Navy crates is always Rock Island. That was the only way it was available. So, other than maybe the caboose getting a couple of releases to match the switch engine, in general, there's no extra road names to search for in the original Lindbergh releases. And as you see, they were going to remedy that with this group. But again, these, to my knowledge, never came out. And you can see the available soon stamped in red by the U25, the single dome tank car, and that composite side hopper, again confirming those were never released back in the day, were to return. The hopper did finally come out about this time, and it was for the, I believe it's the Sunshine region of the NMRA, and they were in generic cardboard boxes, and they were like a dark green with that Sunshine region stamped on them. That was the first time you could get this car outside of an availability later from Mantua. Showed you my New York Central example, the Milwaukee Road example. Here's the third and last that I know of. This was in December 1967's Railroad Model Craftsman, and this was a Bloody Nose Southern Pacific that Ken Rathke showed at the one of the fall like Chicago Hobby Show, which would have been in late '67, with hopes for January delivery. But you'll notice there's no year next to January, and we're still waiting for that January to come around the corner. It has not as yet. This is the completely packaged box. As a collector, this was amazing to see and find. Mock-up models and early test shots are not that uncommon. Everybody does that. It's still done today with deco samples and things from China to look at and confirm. So an early version of a model with odd features or attributes are never released is not necessarily that odd, but this is curious that there's a complete box for a model that was never done. You can see the end flaps show the U25. It's got the cut cardboard areas for the model to sit inside the window display box. So, boy, it was almost ready for prime time, but just didn't quite. The Lindbergh story continues with Mantua's second generation. In the late 1970s, Mantua, the Tyler family of New Jersey, owned and started this company in the late 1930s. They're one of the pioneers in HO scale. Uh, Mantua created Tyco as a brand in the early 1950s to sell ready to run train sets, as Mantua was generally sold in kit form for steam locomotives and freight cars. By about 1970, Tyco had grown to the point that the Tyler family sold it to Consolidated Foods, and Consolidated Foods takes production to Hong Kong, introduces the slot car line. Well, no, actually, the slot car line, I should back up, is 1964 from them, but like all the modern Tyco that you might know of, like the brown box era, comes about in the 70s and has nothing to do with Mantua or the Tyler family. In the late 1970s, however, they took back all the tooling, which actually they already had. They had it in New Jersey, for the steam locomotive line, and all these steam locomotives that did stay in Tyco's line into the 70s disappear, and Mantua reintroduces these steam kits. They also bring back the F9, which they finally sell as an F7, which it always was, and then the GP20 that was introduced also about the same time, 1960, are the two diesels that Mantua brings back and sells again. By this time, the drives in the Tycos were the power torque with the very exaggerated, oversized Blombergs, and Mantua went back to their MU2 single truck power provided handrails, which by this time Tyco was no longer putting handrails for the most part in with models. So this was like early 80s Mantua. Now, to populate the freight car line, because they really didn't take much of anything out of what was Tyco tooling, Mantua purchases Lindbergh's HO line in the late 1970s. So all of these cars you see here, with the exception of the bottom right, the Woodside refrigerator car with the filled-in steps is Tyco Mantua tooling, but the other cars are all veterans from the Lindbergh line, and these sold through Mantua throughout the 1980s and again into the early 2000s with some changes. If you wanted a serious U25, there were a couple that came out in the late 1960s. This is an Alco Models, which Alco imported from Japan for many years. They start in the late 60s. In fact, the RS-27 we talked about is on the cover of the first Alco Models catalog from like 67, 68. This U25 dates from about that time. Trains Incorporated, which was Jim Conway of Concor, he was involved in that brass import business. There's a Trains Incorporated U25 of about the same vintage and design. Again, I think this is a Kumada Japan release. And as you can see, for brass of its day, it's pretty good. Um, Spotting the phase on it. It's got the short doors up behind the cab, then tall. Bit of a, hard to, it's an earlier phase, but it's got the two battery box doors with louvers on them. I like their approach to the class lights, which looks like they thought, well, let's just take like a hammer and a little punch, and ding, there's a couple of class lights. That's a way to do it, I guess. But there is what was the best you could get until naturally Overland and some of those folks did much better brass later. The first real serious HO scale U25 came out from Stewart Hobbies and is now in Bowser's line. This is a Bowser executive line, Rock Island, that was released almost 20 years ago. This again is a later phase. You can see there's a bit of a slope to the nose, split windshield. So this is like a phase 4 U25 that would have been towards the end of production about 1965. Although, as you can see, the handrails stick into the walkways, which again, I'd have to look. There's a lot of confusion as you go through production. There probably is one at least or something that matches that. The biggest spotting feature here and kind of one of its shortcomings, if you notice there on the sides of the Rock Island Herald on the nose, both of our class lights sit staring straight forward instead of off to the sides of the nose, and it's the same on the back of the unit. Again, this was probably done as a concession to make it come out of the mold better, but this so far, and it's had some upgrades over its years in the hobby, has been the best U25B that's been available in HO scale. That probably is quick to change, though. As many know, this summer, Rapido announced a U25B, and lo and behold, they're even going to do that early phase high hood, which outside of there's a brass model, I think, from NJ International about 1980 that I've chased several times on eBay and then didn't have the heart to go higher on the money, but always wanted one of those high hood phase ones. And Rapido's going to do it. These are early 3D renderings of what they're working on for that model. Um, and it is going into tooling now. I spoke with Jason Schron this week in preparation for this show and asked him for updates on things. And there have been revisions made from what you first saw. I did a multi-page layout in Model Railroad News's, I believe it's the September edition, that I go through the different phases in production that they're going to be doing and the road names they're covering. And so the renderings and some of the information you see there has been updated since. So if you're a U25 expert and you spot some problems from what's laid out there in that September issue, there are changes being done and early tooling is underway now. So he said he hoped to have a real like the early gray plastic model to show by the end of the year, and the project is expected next year. So really, this should be an amazing addition to the hobby. It'll of course come DCC and sound as well as standard DC. All will be road specific. There's a group of about a half dozen road names that are all announced. Really looking forward to this. If you're a first and second generation diesel guy, as I am, and I know many guys are, this is going to be an awesome model to see come to market. So again, U25s, there's lots of resources to look for in diesel era. I like Greg McDonald's book on U-boats is very good. And if you look, I believe at TrainWeb, you can see the original owners. and start in on the different phases and subphases and start learning that on U25s. And I think you'll find this is easily one of GE's most fascinating locomotives ever produced, and will be a fun model that's going to come out soon. As we mentioned at the front end, I'm the editor of Model Railroad News. This is our September edition. My assistant editor, Shane Mason, did that awesome big boy cover with the N scale. That's the Athearn big boy. I mentioned HO Collector a little bit. It's done quarterly and is enjoying, it celebrates its 5th year next year, which is very fun to see that there's that many of us into old model trains. The current issue that's out now is the 3rd quarter with the story on the lifelike making Kentucky Fried Chicken. And Brian Bana does a great rebuild of the old FlexiFlow cars. So if you enjoy tinkering with old tooling, be sure to check out Brian Bana's rebuild of the Roco HO Scale AHM FlexiFlow. And then I mentioned Diesel Era. White River Productions purchased Diesel Era earlier this year. This was our first edition, the number 2 that came out early this summer. Number 3 is out now and has the UP U25B Phase 1s on its cover and the first of a series on those. And then if you can't get enough hobby history, I covered the Roco units of the early 1970s in the current well, I think it was I think the newer one is out now. So September or August, Railroad Model Craftsman has Collector Consus, which appears quarterly there, also from White River Production, and the website URLs are there across the bottom. You can also see I did the U25 show and talked with the folks at Rapido. That's Ken Bianco Jr. from New York's Train World there in the top left, and Jordan Smith and Craig Walker from Rapido. Look on YouTube and Train World's channel, and there's a whole hour where we discuss and show pictures and talk about U25. So if you need more info and want to talk about the guys doing the model, that's a great place to go. And I think I did about right there. I see that it's 43 minutes after the hour, and I think I was shooting for 45 and then be able to take questions. So, Jacob, how did I do?
Pretty good.
So, thank you for your time today, folks. And if there's any questions, or Jacob, has anything come in that, and I'll be over at the other video room after this presentation. I appreciate your time today. And as always, I think this is one of the funnest things of the hobby is that looking at the model, looking at the prototypes, learning all the differences between them all, what all models have been made over the years, and what do they match up to. That's just all part of the fun of the hobby, which is so neat. But I appreciate everybody's time today, and thank you guys from the NMRAx for letting me do this. And Jacob, if there's any questions or anything now, I guess I do those, or Marty, before we roll on, or
We'll have a little look. I don't know what happened to Jacob there, where he hit the wrong button on his computer or whatever. I don't have the question. I
So
haven't
we
got the
have,
spreadsheet up here. Are you there, Speed? Do you have the spreadsheet with the
yeah, we have
questions?
several questions. I'll
You
just
take
quickly
it
run
away,
through
buddy,
them.
and I'll duck out.
So, how many road names were released by Stewart or Bowser?
oh my goodness, because the Stewart goes back to about 1990, and it was a kit, sort of a kit. Why don't you put handrails and things on it? And it goes through a number of changes. You could do a whole talk on it. That it had a Cato drive at one time with a plastic shell that they did, or that Stewart did, and then it also has an Athearn blue box type drive. So if you wanted to start searching Stewart, and then the Bowser did it as a fully assembled model, there's all kinds of stuff, all the way down to like the SP Bicentennials. And I mean, they've literally knocked out probably one of almost everybody that's owned them over the years.
Okay, prototype question. Being a newbie, please forgive, but am I correct that SCL didn't use U-boats until the 1970s?
Seaboard Coastline. Seaboard Coastline. Seaboard Coastline doesn't exist until 1967. Is that right? It's a merger of a Seaboard Airline and Atlantic Coastline. Yeah, so it's like 67, 68, same age as Penn Central. But their predecessor roads, I think it's the Seaboard, that tested all the 6-axle, the Century 628, the
Okay.
U-25C, and the SD-35s in the early 60s. So they would have had U-boats back to then. And then there's those cool green Seaboard Airline, maybe U-28Bs. So yeah, I don't think there's no U-25Bs maybe for either of the predecessor roads, but Seaboard was, in fact, the U-18B exists because of Seaboard. That I think they asked
Mhm.
GE for it, and out of production, almost all of them went to Seaboard Coastline. So again, we could talk a whole hour on Seaboard and U-boats, but good question. Yes.
So, for those who are not familiar with the GE engine design cycle, how long did it typically take from a U25B to a U25C or to a U26?
GE, that U25 is like 1960, and within a year or so, they answered basically the need for a 6-axle for more tractive effort and brought out the 25C. And then by the mid 60s, the next model jumps. It's generally you're looking at horsepower. The 25s are 2500 horsepower. Then by the mid 60s, the replacement for the U25 is 1966's U28B and
Okay.
C, which would be 2800 horsepower. And then by the late 60s, right about the time of the Penn Central, because I think New York Central just gets a couple of U30Bs. So that'd be 3,000 horsepower, late 60s. And then the 33 and 36 again are 3,300, 3,600 horsepower built on the same frame into the early 70s, like the auto train U boats would have been U36Bs. And that's the end of the U line. We jump to then the Dash 7s, the B23, B30s, and B36s of the 1970s. And that Dash 7 line replaces U boats about 1975 ish.
Okay. So, do you know how many of these U series of engines were made as HO scale models, and or how many have not made it?
Out of the whole U series, they're fairly well represented, but not always with really contemporary models. The oldest one that's always been or was around forever was probably Rivarosi's U25C of the mid 60s. That Lindbergh never made it in the mid or in the late 60s. And again, I'm kind of limiting this to plastic to go through them faster. Athearn in the early 1970s introduced, they were wide body of the blue box era, so they're not scale with hood. But Athearn did and they're all fairly similar looking, the U28, U30, U33 in both B and C editions all come out around 1972-3. Bachmann does a U36B in the early 1970s. And then as we move into more modern times, Atlas has done the U33C, U30B. Proto 2000 did U28, U30Bs. And then there's the Stuart Bowser U25 we talked about. River Rossi through Hornby brought back the U25C some years back, as did Korea Brass, did a plastic version of it. And I'm sure I'm probably leaving something else out, but that in general and again, that would be a whole fun story of
Yeah.
U-boats in plastic in just HO. Yeah.
So, would you say that there's enough models out there that you could, with slight modifications, scratchable or create something that wasn't really produced?
Oh, there's certainly a lot of fodder that what's not out there could be done. And there's even, I know we've talked recently on some of the export models.
Hmm.
Like I think it's Fritashi, if I'm saying it right, out of Brazil, does the U20
Hmm.
C, and I have an HO plastic model of it. So if you start looking, there's some other hoods and other things you can come up with like that, which is very neat. That you can find a plastic U20C, which would be probably the only U-boat, and we've talked about this too, Gert. The U23
Yes.
exists as a B from Atlas, but to date there's no good U20. In fact, there's no U23C in plastic. And then the steam generator U28CG, which looks like a regular unit. It just had a steam generator behind the cab. And then that fluted side with the big round nose Santa Fe U30CG are coming from Atlas. So we'll get both of those soon. But those would be the other U-boats that only exist in brass or scratch
Hmm.
built to date.
Okay, so a few more modeling questions. Do you think the NMRA should bring back the X2F coupling as a standard?
um, and you know, to be technical here, it never was. That it got branded as the NMRA coupler. It's developed in the late 50s, and my understanding is it's X2 and lowercase f is, so there would have been like maybe an X1A,
hmm
you know, and then again, I'm saying this, I don't, but so the X2F was like, this is as far as it got in the development stage. It did get released or shown, and then hobby companies from Roundhouse to Athearn to Mantua, everyone started making them. It did become kind of a universal standard by 1960 and lasted until we had, once the KD coupler was always around even back in those times, but the mass produced like McHenry's and Bachman Easy Mates, all those, once we got knuckle couplers in mass, like in probably the mid to late 90s, the X2Fs finally went to their grave. But in actuality, to call it an NMRA coupler or to say it's a standard, it never was. The committee that was working on that coupler never gave it the stamp of approval. So
okay.
to say it's an NMRA coupler, actually, yes, it was, but never blessed with, you are the NMRA coupler. So no, that's really not technically correct to
Yeah.
call it that. Yeah.
So is it true that Tony has every Tyco model new in a box?
No, I wished I did. In fact, I'm always seeing stuff on eBay going, "Oh, I need that." But and I collect everything. I think Tycho's kind of that running joke with me, but I'm just as excited with Athearn or Atlas or
Uh,
AH. Yeah, so no, not
so,
enough room.
so final question: how many Tyco models do you not have?
As far as like things that were tooled that I don't have, probably some things from the 60s I don't have. I probably would have to look that I may not have. Some of the steam locomotives, I'm pretty sure that I've got holes in steam locomotives that I
Uh,
don't have examples of. But
so,
that's part of the fun. If you had everything, I'd have to go watch TV all day because I've got nothing to go search for model wise. So yeah.
well, you could always aim for 2 new ones in a box.
Oh, look at that, Kurt. You've opened a whole new wing for my
Uh,
collection. I now
uh,
need two. Well, then I could take one out of the box.
yes,
Oh,
yes,
see, I'm seeing the benefits of this already.
yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
It always amazed me that the collectors have that one that's new in the box and you cannot open the box.
Oh
That
yeah,
was just,
no,
I was like, wow,
no.
that feels so wrong.
Well,
So, well, Tony, thank you very, very much. Um, if you have some time in the breakout rooms, I'm sure they have questions there. I believe it's wearby.com/MRL-Aussies with 3 S's, with the IE in between the last one.
I will
So,
head over there and be around for a bit. Look at Marty. Marty,
Now,
I know where. How come you're never there when
now,
I'm there?
now, what we're going to do is have a little competition for everyone to write down in the chat, and it's guess where Marty is. So everybody write down in the chat where you think I am. And I'll give you a hint. It is a hobby shop, and it's a very large hobby shop. So they're the only clues I'm going to give you, and we'll let everyone write it down in the chat. But and if you've been following Tony, you'll probably seen Tony at this shop a few times. So yeah, well, when we
I'll give the people in a hint. It's not in the southern hemisphere.
it's not in the no, it's
No.
not in Australia. I've actually jumped in the Learjet. I've teleported to the USA, and we're ready to go. I'm going to teleport back to Studio 3 in a minute, and I think that's
Well,
about it. But tell me,
Marty,
Speed, is there anything Tony doesn't know about the history of different hobby, different manufacturers? And I mean, I've learnt today about 4 different names. I mean, I didn't realize Concord was named after someone's actual name, and Tycho as well. So, yeah,
hmm
there's it's always enlightening whenever you come on, Tony.
it's fun stuff, and there's always something new. Just when I think, oh, I think I know that, someone either sends me like a catalog thing or a mod. It's like, oh, look at, well, this changes the whole deal. So that's half the fun. And Marty, if you should hang around, I'd go buy you a barbecue because I know where you're at, and I could take you to barbecue in about 10 minutes.
Not a problem.
Ouch.
It's breakfast here, so barbecue for breakfast sounds
Oh,
brilliant to me. So,
awesome. Well,
yep.
thanks guys so much. And I'm going to jump over to that other room. I'll be over there. Jacob, it was great meeting you. And Speed and Marty, I will check in with you guys soon.
Take
Thank you,
care.
sir.
What? What'd you say? I can't hear you, Martin. What are you saying? Subscribe? I'm already subscribed to the NMRAX. What are you talking about? I hit the bell. Oh, you want me to tell oh, I'm sorry. Martin. I'm dealing with Martin Jenkins, you know, the wonder from Down Under. This guy. Anyways, he says he wants me to help you. You're watching the NMRAX, which is freaking awesome. All the work that Gordy and Martin and Brad and Speed and all these guys have done. If you want to watch more of it, what I would recommend is you try your blue shades. Would have been a lot cooler if I did it faster. It should have been something more like this. Anyways, apparently what you're supposed to do is there's a little bell icon, and you hit this little bell icon, and then somehow that notifies you when you get a new video if you subscribe. So you got to hit the subscribe button, then you got to hit the bell icon. I mean, it'd be easier, honestly, for me, as far as I'm concerned, it'd be easier if they just mailed them to you. You know, put them in an envelope, seal them in, take the tape, seal it in an envelope, and just mail it to you. But anyways, this is what I was asked to do. I was asked to help you get it organized, ring the bell, subscribe, and you'll get tons and tons of NMRAX videos, which are all excellent. Was that what you wanted, Marty? Did I do it right? How was that?
Welcome back. I'm Speed at the bottom of the helix, right here between Kransberg and Omaruru. And on the map here, I want to show you from Uchu, Namibia, which is the country just northwest of South Africa. We have a musician, a 3D artist, a train fanatic, and now also a model railroader. Please welcome all the way from Southern Africa, Crisandri Roth. How was your kill?
Thank you, Speed. It is such a privilege to be back on NMRAx again, and this time with something extremely special, and that is Railfanning Namibia, chasing the trains here in my beautiful country of Namibia. So whenever you're ready, Brad, you can play the video. Hello everyone, I am so excited and honored to be back on National Model Railway Association Online. This time with a very special video, something that is very close to my heart, and that is rail fanning and train chasing here in Namibia. Now, I love trains, and I love trains a lot. I've loved trains since I could remember. It's just one of my biggest passions and one of my biggest loves, and I keep a close eye on the activities of the trains here in Namibia and follow the news. You start knowing the locomotives like a personal friend, and each time there's some derailment or one of the locomotives blew an engine, it feels like you lost a friend or someone very close to your heart. I've had the wonderful opportunity to shunt around in some of these locomotives, these amazing machines. I've got to know so many employees and so many people working on the railroads here in Namibia, and I'm so excited to share a few stories and some train adventures that I do here in Namibia with you. So I really hope you enjoy this video. I've been working hard on it, and it's something that I'm so excited to share with the rest of the world, and it is our little railway, Transnamib. Transnamib is a parastatal railways, and today you'll have the opportunity to see some of the locomotives, some of the work they do, some of the freight they carry, the routes they take. You'll meet some of the drivers in the locomotives. I'll introduce them as they come by, and you'll also have the opportunity to see my wonderful, beautiful country. One thing I'm also very excited to share with you guys, since February, my last appearance on NMRAx, I've also become part of the model railroad community. And as you can see, this is my personal layout. It's called the Little Namib Desert Railways, and it's based on the Namib Desert here in Namibia. Now my collection is still growing, and I still don't have any Transnamib trains. There's a few people in South Africa that's currently building them, but it's extremely expensive. We are a very small community of model railroaders here in Namibia, and we have no hobby shop at all, no model railroading hobby shop, so we have to order everything mostly from South Africa and from the US and from Britain. So it is quite an expensive hobby here in Namibia, and you have to be very creative with what you use. For instance, the ballast I used on my tracks is a cat litter, and the ground and everything you see went into nature, and I looked for everything that resembles anything miniature and nature-wise. So a lot of the stuff I made by hand, a lot of the stuff I had to be creative with, and it's such a fun journey, and I'm still not finished. I think you never finish. So now that I'm part of this community, I've got the virus now. It's infectious, so it's so wonderful, so wonderful. The people have been very, very generous with donations and sponsorships. I've received gifts from California, from New Jersey, from South Africa, from the UK. Everybody just excited about people in Namibia also becoming part of the community. So, and we try and help each other out as much as we can here in Namibia as well. But I'm just so excited to be part of the community, and it's such a fun hobby, such a creative hobby. As I also said in my previous video that I did on NMRAx about Blender, is out of desperation comes innovation. So please remember that. Never feel like wherever you are in the world that it's impossible to do something. You can always be creative, be innovative. Do something, and you have something unique then that no other person has. But that's enough of my little Namib Desert Railways. We're here for the real thing. So without further ado, let's start the adventure. are on our way to the town of Otjiwarongo, about 70 kilometers, 43 miles, southeast of my hometown, Otju, in the central north of Namibia. It is my local rail fanning spot. The land is covered in a blanket of smoke. This year we've experienced record-breaking amounts of devastating bushfires that has left the land scorched and bare. Otjiwarongo is an important station on the main line to the north and merges with the main line from the south and coast of Namibia at Kransberg, between the towns of Karabib and Isakos. Today I was in for a surprise, because standing at the station ready to depart on a special run was the old articulated private coach number 3, built in Pretoria, South Africa in 1925. It is owned by Transnamib and being restored by DNM, that is contracted by Transnamib to maintain and upgrade the rail lines. On the coach was some very important people from DNM and Transnamib, one of which, Leon Steyn, once invited me on a trolley inspection run to Kransberg. Anyway, back to the interior of the coach. These are General Electric ex-South African Railways Class 33 and 33 400s, now Transnamib Class 33, nicknamed the Bosvark, or directly translated the Bush Pig. They were built between 1965 and 1970. They are old, noisy, smelly and dirty, and I love them. They are now departing Otjiwarongo on their way to Otavi, and we are going to chase them for a while. These sulfuric acid tankers on the gondolas were involved in a derailment about a month ago. This is TD602, coming back from the north with mostly empty unleaded fuel tankers and gondolas, and we chased it back to the Otjiwarongo station. The driver's name is Eriki Depot, a Hereru man. He knows me quite well by now, and I've even shunted with him before. Here, TD602 arrives at the station. The crew will disembark and the yard crew will take over. We will be following her doing some shunting work around the station, getting the Kansas ready for her departure later that night to Kransberg. This is a General Electric C23 EMP, nicknamed the Brazilian because they were imported from General Electric in Brazil in 2017. We have 6 of them. Just in case you were wondering, Transnamib still uses a vacuum braking system. Here we have TD602 and 603 running elephant style and backing up to couple onto the consist that mainly consists of fuel tankers and gondolas filled with raw copper on their way to the melting plant in Tumip. A byproduct of melting copper is sulfuric acid, which is then again transported to the coast of Namibia for use in the mining of uranium at Rossing. This train has 32 cars. In Namibia, they never exceed 40 cars per train. Running parallel to the line to the north is a nicely maintained service road that can give you the opportunity for some amazing footage and train chasing adventures. Here we have two Class 33s ready to receive the crew, couple onto the consist and then leave for Kransberg, where again some shunting will take place to split the consist of cars going to the capital city of Windhoek or the coast. Take a moment to listen to the beautiful vintage sounds these Class 33s make. The driver of this train is the friendly Harry Garisep. Let's have one last train chase in the town of Otjiwarongo before we move on to my favorite locations for rail fanning. After a successful day of rail fanning in Otjiwarongo, it was time to go home. But just before we left, it's tradition to buy some chicken and stop next to the road and watch the sunset. So that was the town of Otjiwarongo, my local rail fanning spot, but now I'm going to take you to my two favorite locations for rail fanning Trans-Namib trains, and it's in the vastness and beauty of the Namib Desert. It's the Rossing Mountains, about 40 kilometers outside the coastal town of Swakopmund, and Swakopmund itself. That was TD606 and 604 hauling empty fuel tankers to the port town of Walvis Bay, and we are going to chase them through the desert. Excuse the sound of the wind. The wind is always extremely strong at the coast and in the desert, and even with added protection over my microphone, it still doesn't help to stop the distorted sounds of the wind. Here we have Transnamib 041 and 473 entering the coastal town of Swakopmund. TD605 and 483 are deadweight heading to Walvis Bay. This train is transporting empty sulfuric acid tankers to be refilled at the port town of Walvis Bay. This again is TD 604 and 606, with 457 as deadweight, heading to Walvis Bay. We will catch the train again in Swakopmund, after they picked up another Class 33 between Rossing and Swakopmund. This is 473, also exiting the town of Swakopmund and heading for the port town of Walvis Bay. This was the longest Transdammer train we've ever captured, with 41 cars and all 3 Class 33s pulling. Note 33059, still in our original South African Railways Gulf Red and Yellow Whiskers colour scheme. For the rest of this video and the minutes we have left, I will show some of my other favorite captures and end with the original song from my Bushman friend Zacharias Cham. And there we go. Thank you so much for watching this video. I really hope you enjoyed it. The adventures I went on chasing Trans-Namib trains in my beautiful country of Namibia. As you can see, my children and I were extremely excited and can't wait for your questions. And there we go. Thank you so much for watching. I really do appreciate it.
That was an amazing video. So now we have a couple of questions. So, are you planning to build and use any Namibian engines or rolling stock?
Yes, we don't have any Namibian rolling stock or Trans-Namib locomotives or anything at the moment, but I'm working with a company that we're planning on releasing some Namibian rolling stock for that we can sell across the world. So hopefully that will materialize in next year somewhere.
Yes, so do you have a video of the railfanning trip you did on an inspection vehicle?
Yes, I do have it. It's on my YouTube channel. It's from the town of Otjiwarongo to the station of Kransberg, and you can find it on my YouTube channel, Chrysandri Roth. And there you'll see the DNM is the company's name, and the inspection run we did.
So when the switchman reconnected the vacuum hose, was that a plastic Coke bottle when he removed it?
Yes, a lot of the times we still use vacuum braking system in Namibia. So the problem is when you disconnect the hoses, it's extremely difficult to push them up. I've tried it myself and then get them over the little nozzle. And sometimes when you're not quite careful, the hose will suck over the nozzle and your fingers will be stuck between those those little between the pipe and the little nozzle. And so what they sometimes do is there's a bunch of like 600 milliliter Coke bottles lying around. So when they disconnect those pipes, they just press the 600 milliliter Coke bottle in. It fits in perfectly, and then they have no danger of getting their fingers stuck.
Do they allow locomotive drivers to use the bell?
Now, the only we have are Class 33, the U20C. They don't have any bells. They were constructed in South Africa and made, and so they don't have any bells. It's not something that we use here in South Africa or Namibia. So when it's only the C23s that was imported from Brazil who has little bells. So I've never had any experience of them ringing the bell, but I'm extremely curious to to ask them one day to turn on the bells.
And so, how small are the containers in Namibia? Because one of the flat cars looks like it had a container that was 10 feet or wide.
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm not exactly sure about the dimensions of the containers. As far as I know, it's standard. The large containers is the standard containers they use inland, but those little containers, I think you can stack up to 4 of them next to each other. So because there's not a lot of packages or goods being that they need a large container for, they just use the little small containers and just stack them next to each other. But unfortunately, of the dimensions, I'm not sure.
So what type of coupling system do they use there? Because I'm aware that sometimes they use different coupling systems in different countries.
Well, they have the standard coupling system, the knuckler coupler that they use on the trains. So it's like standard, like in the US, and they have the gravity lock and the other lock, and you just pull the pin to release them. So it's the same like in the US and a lot of other countries.
So we have one question here saying that the photography is quite nice.
Thank you.
Is it due to what camera are you using, or is the sun also very bright?
No, actually, I think, like I said, it's Namibia has natural beauty. So, and the sun always shines, which helps a lot with the lighting of the scenery. And like I said, the scenery is always beautiful in Namibia. But I'm just using my normal Nokia phone. I think it's a 6A that I'm using, a Nokia phone. But that's the only thing I'm using for the photography.
So what gauge is the railway in?
It is in millimeters. It's 1.67 millimeters or 3.6 feet. It's the normal Cape gauge they use in South Africa as well.
And so where is all of the rolling stock made? Is it made in Namibia, or sorry if I'm mispronouncing it?
No, fine.
Or is it made in other countries and imported?
Some of them were made locally in South Africa. Sometimes Namibians and South Africans, we still see each other as the same community, and so a lot of the times. But so a lot of them were made in South Africa. But some of the new rolling stock that we received in Namibia, like the sulfuric acid tankers, they're imported from places like China. Yeah, so.
And so finally, the last question is, are they controlled by radio dispatch? Because there were no signals in the footage.
Yeah, we have no signals in Namibia, none at all. So what they usually do is each driver has a specific phone. When shunting around the station, they use radios, but when going out on the main line, they usually use their phones to call each other and to hear where they are, and they still have the notebook that they write in the time slots and the location of the train, and that way they communicate whenever a train should go into a siding, or if the line is occupied. And so that's a very old school way of still using it, but it works.
Well, that was all of our questions. If anyone has any follow-up questions that they'd like to ask, be sure to go and check out the breakout rooms over at werribee.com/MRL Aussies. So yeah.
Thank you so much.
Our pleasure.
Hey, this is Tony Cook. I want you to do a couple of things for me here real quick while you're watching and enjoying this NMRAx channel. Subscribe, like, and click the bell icon. That's 3 things. How many things did I say? Well, do these 3 things for me, and then you'll always keep up to date with all this fun stuff on the NMRAx. Thanks for watching.
Well, welcome back, everybody. Good afternoon. So our next presenter has been at Calmback Media for 20 years, working for Model Railroader magazine, as well as developing and launching Model Railroader Video Plus and the new train.com membership website. He is a former high school English teacher, and he continues to use his classroom skills to create videos, magazines, and books to teach others how to build better models and model railroads. To show us how to weather Rapido's new Haven passenger car, please welcome David Pop.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for having me. What you're going to see today is actually a compilation of video that we shot last summer during what we call summer camp. And summer camp is usually a 1 or 2 week long period on MR Video Plus, where every day we have another day at summer camp and we do model railroad stuff. Well, last year's summer camp involved building a whole New Haven passenger train, including the locomotive and a switch tower and all sorts of other things. But I extracted all of the video for the passenger car weathering project straight out of there. And so you're going to hear some references to summer camp once in a while. Don't be put off by that. In reality, this is all about weathering the Rapido New Haven passenger cars. And so is it Bruce or Brad? Go ahead and roll film.
Wake up, kids. It is time once again for summer camp. That's right. This is not the camp where you go hiking and canoeing and horseback riding. This is the camp where we do cool model railroad stuff, such as structure building and weathering and detailing and decoder installations and all sorts of other fun things. All right, so what are we doing for camp this year? Well, I have been in a New Haven mood, not surprisingly enough, because a couple of months ago I did a review on this New Haven diner from Rapido Trains, and I liked it very much, but I had a wonderful time doing research on it. Matter of fact, so much fun that I renewed my subscription to the New Haven Historical Society, and so I have been reading back issues of the Shoreliner, learning even more about the New Haven than I knew already, as well as digging through my library of books to take a look at other pictures and cool things to inspire me for the projects that we're going to do here. Now, even though I had been a New Haven modeler in N scale, over the years I have been amassing slowly a quantity of New Haven well, rolling stock for the most part, locomotives and rolling stock in HO scale. Will I build a New Haven layout someday? Probably not right now, simply because of the fact I've got the Olympia project going in the basement, and that's about all the space I have for it. However, it doesn't mean that we can't work on some New Haven models here for summer camp and then take them back to the MR&T and run them on that layout. That'll be a heck of a lot of fun. So what are we going to do? Well, here we've got our passenger car fleet. Now what we've got are 3 8600 series coaches. These are just your general travel type car. I've got 1 parlor car. This is the Thames River. It's in the older green paint. This was as delivered. And then of course we have our car that we took a look at a while back as the product review. This is the William Brewster. This is one of the diners, and so we're going to work on that as well. Now we're going to work on taking all these cars apart, not only to put people inside, but also to do, well, some unique weathering. Let me show you what I'm talking about here. This photo of the William Brewster, which is the dining car that we have here on the countertop, notice that you've got, your nice stainless steel sides, which is great, but then take a look at the underframe here. And basically what you've got is Rust City going on here. Trucks, all of the gear underneath the car as well. All rusty, but notice that the road grime and the rust doesn't necessarily extend up onto the sides of the car, the fluted stainless steel. This will have a little dust on it, but still this part is fairly clean. Here we have another car. This is a grill car, and you can see again you've got all that rust detail going on underneath the car. The sides, being stainless steel, obviously aren't going to rust, but there's very little dust on them. But other metal parts on the car, such as the stirrup steps here and the end of the car, because of the fact that these are just Corten steel shells, essentially, with stainless steel fluting tacked on to make it look streamlined. That basically is also going to rust. Now notice too, this is something we're going to want to replicate on our cars. Look at the facing plate of the diaphragm here, because these rub against each other. Any paint that would have been on here is long gone, and so these are going to rust up nicely too. Those are all details we want to put on our cars. Now, the easiest thing for us to do then is, instead of having to try and paint all that rust detail on the bottom here, especially on cars like this that have skirting, is to actually take the bottom of the car off and do all of that rust weathering on it separately, and then reassemble the car. And then we'll do the final little details around the ends here, do all of our diaphragm rusting and things like that. We have to take the cars apart anyway to get the people inside, so we might as well use it to our advantage for doing our weathering work. Now, most of these cars will come apart the same way, so we're going to just work on them as a bunch here. And I believe at least all the 8600 cars have interchangeable parts. I believe the other parts are interchangeable too on our diner and our parlor car. So to begin, we're going to come in and just remove the 2 screws, one on each end in the coupler boxes. This is a steam pipe here. We need to make sure that we're careful of that so we don't mess it up. With both coupler screws out now, I can roll the car over. Just very carefully stick my fingers under the underside. There are little tabs in here that have to release. Alrighty, and there we go. Okay, so we've got 1 unit removed. This is all wired in place, so I don't really want to mess with it, which is fine because we're not going to do any painting in here. We're just going to put figures in it later. Now, we don't want to remove the trucks because the trucks are actually wired to the electrical system for the lighting of the car. Fortunately for us, we can just gently push the frame out and, using our other finger, roll the wheel set right up and take it out. We'll do the other side that way too. We need to also then cut little foam blocks to fit into this space so that when we spray this, we don't wind up with any paint in places we don't want it. Now, 3 of these cars are identical, so it's not really going to matter, but notice I've got a cup for each. This one's 8623 because that goes with the road number on this body. Just to make sure that all of the parts get back to the right car, because if any little pieces fall off of here too while we're working on it, I want to make sure it goes back to the car it belongs to, so in those things go. To protect our brass bearings that pick up power inside the trucks, I'm going to fill these spaces with foam temporarily. This is just the remains of pluck foam that came from various cases that we've used for cameras and things for MR Video Plus. And I've got a whole bag of this stuff just laying around still, so cut off something about the right size. And then we just gently stuff it into the truck to make sure it's protected. There's little tabs in here we want to make sure we don't damage as well, but that's all it's going to take. Just a little guy like that. We'll do one on this end too. All right, that truck is ready for painting. Okay, this is the part where I hope I have enough blue painter's tape. So I've got the wide stuff here, which is approximately 2 inches. We're going to go and protect all of our interior detail so we can paint the bottom. This still is a lot easier than trying to mask it out on the car, if we had the car body still on. All right, and then just wrap the ends. Flip it over and do the same thing. Last but not least, again, to make sure I can keep the car straight, we're just going to put its road number on, 8623, in a place not likely to be hit with paint. Okay, I got 4 of these to go. We're going to do the painting part at the workshop tomorrow in tomorrow's summer camp, but I'm going to go ahead and get the rest of these pulled apart. Before we finish up today, we'll work on getting these wheel sets painted. So I have a nice box here that I can just put all of our car chassis in so that I can take them into the workshop tomorrow and do the spraying of the grime on the bottoms. We'll get all of that done, and then we'll bring them back here. We'll put all the people in, reassemble the car bodies, and then take them back one more time to do the final spray work. But there you go. There are 5 cars getting ready for their first painting step. So I thought we'd finish up today by doing some wheel set painting. Now, you've seen this technique before, I'm sure, because Cody started it and I keep using it because it's far faster than airbrushing, to tell you the truth. I've got some Vallejo Model Air US Flat Brown. This is the exact same color we're going to really heavily coat the undercarriages of our passenger cars with to give us that nice rust color, and I've noticed that the wheels on those cars that we've looked at in the photos look exactly the same color. So I want to make sure that they match. We'll do all the outside of the wheel faces first. I'm just using a green micro brush for this, and notice that I am keeping it off of that center hub as best I can. Once the wheel faces are dry to the touch, then you can go ahead and grab them from the side so that we can do the backs of the wheels. And the only reason I do the backs of the wheels is that from certain angles you can see them, and it's distracting when they don't match as the weathering look, because they should. You can paint the axles too if you want to, but they're buried usually so deep in the car I don't have to worry about that. But the backs are easily visible. All right, we've got our box of passenger car chassis here that we're going to take into the spray booth in just a minute to go ahead and do some dirt weathering on. But I thought we'd take a look at the pictures again real quick, just to make sure that our U.S. flat brown from Vallejo is going to be the right match for the grime that we need for the bottom of these cars. As you can see, here's our picture of William Brewster, the dining car again, and the Vallejo number 71026 U.S. flat brown that we're planning on using for this. I like the color. It looks like it's might be not quite red enough, but we're going to get it on the car and we'll find out. Now notice, there's next to no black showing on here, though you still have kind of greasy spots where your journals are on the trucks and things like that, and then you have little grimy bits underneath too. So we'll do multiple layers of airbrushing here, but we're going to start today with a pretty heavy coat of 71026. So let me get the airbrush loaded up, we'll get the cars in the spray booth, and we'll get started. So the Vallejo Model Air products come ready to airbrush, which is great for us. Now that's if we want it full strength. Now, because of the fact that this is a weathering coat, even though it's going to be pretty darn heavy by the time it's done, I've got just a little bit of Model Air in the bottom of my paint jar here. I'm going to come back with putting just enough thinner so the thinner covers the top of the paint. We're going to try that first as a little test. All right, this is just a leftover Starbucks coffee stirrer. Very useful for these sorts of things. Okay, so we've got our mixture of thinned U.S. flat brown in the airbrush. I'm just going to try a little on the cardboard first to make sure that I'm spraying okay. And now we're going to come in and work on this battery box here, or whatever it is. The whole purpose of this is to build it up in light coats. That's a good starting point. You can see the product is kind of hanging around on the edges, but we still have some of the detail. It isn't all uniform color. It doesn't show up all that great in video at the moment because we're not under the ideal lighting for this, but let me hit it a little harder here. There we go. Okay, now that stands out. And that's got about the right look to it. I don't want to go too much darker than that because I don't necessarily want it to be, you know, like I said, a solid brown underframe. It's got to look like it's weathered and rusty, not just painted. Okay, let's work on the truck next. The trucks on these cars have a lot of really nice detail, which you really can't see all that well right now when it's black, but if we come back and we hit it with a little of this, oh, look at that. All of a sudden those details just stand out nicely. That looks really good. I've moved one of the shooting lights into the room, and you can see very clearly now that that's a nice look. So what we're going to do is take this back over to the book once it's had a minute to dry and just set it up next to there to make sure that we've got the look we're going for, but I think this is pretty good. Okay, for comparison, we'll come back to our photo of William Brewster again. So this is what it looks like with yet another coat of the brown over the top, and now I think we're getting a lot closer, especially when you look at how the details still stand out. Because of the fact that we're putting a weathering coat on, you still get some of the shadows and highlights going on in those parts. I like how the truck looks compared to the truck especially, and I really do think that once we come in and put our light dusting coat yet under the bottom of the finished car to kind of tie everything together, that's going to look really good. On the back side of the diner, we have to be careful of this little guy right here. This is not necessarily stainless steel, but it is a steel part that has been painted bright silver. We don't want it to be too rusty, so we're going to have to work carefully around that. So one thing this technique really does nicely is stuff like this. Okay, this is a molded part, and all of that grill detail is molded on the top, and then the things behind it are just molded a little deeper into the, well, the piece itself. By airbrushing it lightly, you can see that those pieces that are technically behind the screen show through very clearly, and so suddenly this piece has all sorts of life and dimension to it. The same thing is true on this part here, which has this little mesh squirrel cage that protects the belt that runs between the generator and the flywheel on here, and so therefore you can see all of that very, very clearly after we do the light airbrushing across it. Always good to check the foam blocks as you're working to make sure that we still have protected all of the power pickups that go inside these trucks. As a matter of fact, one of these blocks had fallen out somewhere between the house and here, and so I had to replace it with one that I had already used in another car. While working on the cars, in addition to the couplers, I noticed that one other thing I need to do is paint the underbody yet with the car flipped upside down like this, because although from the side it looks fine, there's a lot of other detail going on here, especially these cars have a ton of plumbing in them, and we want to make sure that that looks right from all angles. Not that this car is going to be laying upside down on the layout, but we'll come in and just gently airbrush into those spaces so it looks uniform, and then on the end here too, do both ends, same way. There we go, that looks pretty good. Okay, I've got all 5 of the cars ready now for the next step. I'm going to switch out the color in the airbrush, and we're going to come back and put just a little bit of grease and grime into the places on the car where it should be. We're going to save the dusting work until we get all of the car back together. So we're going to be working around the trucks primarily near the roller bearings here. Now you notice that they are still fairly rusty, just like the rest of the truck, but they are darkened a little bit because there is some grease and oil going on in those locations, and so we want to make sure that we replicate that nicely on our car. This time we're going to be using Model Air 71057, just basic black. A little goes a long way, so we want to make sure that we don't overdo anything. So I've got about that much in the bottom of my jar. Doesn't even cover the bottom. Now we're going to load in about twice as much thinner, maybe a little bit more. Completely cover it. We have to have enough for the siphon bottle to siphon, so we do need to make more paint than we're ever going to use on this part of the project. And put the lid back on. It's off to the spray booth. Now, as I said earlier, a little of this is going to go a long way, but we're going to do 2 things with it. We're going to try and darken up these journals a little bit, but also they've got some spaces here where I've got way too much rust going on, and I want to bring back some of the original detail. And so we're going to use this, what I call a control coat, as it's a very thin mixture of black, which will serve to tone down some of these spots and bring back some of those little details inside the springs and things like that. So let's start here very small. I'm using a double action airbrush, and this is the reason why, so that I can just control how much paint I'm putting on the location. You might not actually be able to see too much here. The trick is I don't want to build it up too quickly. Let's try this one. All right. Got a little bit in there, not as much as I want, but we're going to let that dry for a second, and then we'll come back and we'll hit it again. Our other side is dry again, so we can come back and just gently darken him up too. So now we can see what we've got. We've got the roller bearings darkened. We also have a little bit more darkening going on the springs in the center part, but we haven't taken any of the brown out of the bottom of the truck frame, and that's exactly what we want it to look like. I think I'm going to add a little bit more black to my mix simply because of the fact that it's taking a lot of work to get us where we need to be, and I'd like to get there a little bit faster. So I'll change the mix up and then finish out the rest of these cars. Okay, new mix. I've about doubled the amount of black. Let's come back and try our second truck here. Okay, that darkened up a lot faster. That's good. There we go. That looks great. I think we've got the right mix. I'll continue on. One other thing you can do to bring out the details is to, well, use the black actually kind of as an accent. And so what I've got here is this equipment box with hinges and latches. And so all I did is just little spots of airbrushed, thinned black paint right over the top of both hinge and latch sections. Makes them stand proud of the rest of this kind of flat brown look of the box there. And I like how that looks. Matter of fact, I'm going to try the same thing over here next to it on the squirrel cage. Let's see how that looks. I don't want too much here, but a little bit to bring out some of the highlight again. There we go. Actually, what I'm trying to do is get it down into that screen so that the screen and the recesses in the screen don't have the same appearance to them, and so that that'll stand out a little better. I like how that looks too. Just little spots around the car, that's all you need to do. Okay, before we put our airbrush away for the day and head back to the basement to work on some other things, I got a couple of spots we need to fix. Got this guy here where the black paint got out of control, and then when I tried to clean it up with a cotton swab, it took off the brown paint at the same time. So we got to redo that. But also, I noticed on these cars, right over the top of the truck springs here, almost all the trucks have a place where no paint got whatsoever, and it's a nice black patch. We need to take care of that because it's going to be noticeable on the cars that don't have skirts. So, starting with our box, I have my red-brown paint back in the airbrush, and it's just a matter of filling in where we've obliterated the detail. Now, we've got a little streak between the new paint and the old paint, and that's okay. I actually kind of like how that looks. Let me rotate that over so you can see it. I like how that looks because it looks like we've got a little rusty wash going on there somehow, some way. Then we've got spots like this that are right over the top of the truck springs that didn't get any paint just based on the way that I was painting earlier, so very carefully. I don't want to come in and I'm actually spraying on the tape above it to get an idea of how much paint I'm flowing through the airbrush. And then we just need to fill it in a little bit like that so it looks like the rest of the piece. I've noticed the top of this brake cylinder too needs just a little shot as well. Okay, there we go. Those parts are fixed. I will keep working my way around these cars until we get them done. And 8615 makes 5. That is one grimy looking passenger car fleet. And before you stop and say no railroad's going to let their passenger cars look like this, well, let me tell you, railroads like the New Haven, as they become more and more strapped for cash, they are looking for ways to cut costs, and cleaning cars is one of those ways, especially repainting things like trucks and underframes that don't necessarily need to be done on any type of regular basis. After all, every piece of railroad equipment on the railroad itself is there for one reason and one reason only, and that is to make money. And that is exactly what these cars would be too. However, let's take a look at our William Brewster photo and compare it to our William Brewster frame, which I've got right here, and see how close we've come to the grimy look of the underbody of the car. So whenever you're weathering equipment, it's always best, if possible, to work from color photographs of the real piece. Here's our William Brewster, of course, and we bring in our car that we've been working on so diligently now, and you can see that, yes, indeed, we actually probably don't quite come as grimy as the original William Brewster did here. And if you're wondering, well, how long did it take for the car to get that way? Here on the bottom is a photograph of another diner on the New Haven, only 3 years after it was delivered, and already the trucks and the underframe are all taking on that nice brown, rusty color. Not quite to the degree of William Brewster some 20 years later, but still, that is basically what we're after. Okay, I've got our undercarriages here. I'm just going to set that aside for the moment. I decided, yesterday we worked on painting these truck wheel sets, and I've decided that, we didn't paint the axles. I'm just going to go ahead and get that done real quick. But then I'm going to break out one of the frames, one of the carriages, because I want to put it back on the body and see what it looks like. I'm really excited to see how this effect turned out. So I have some of our wheel sets here. Basically, we painted the faces and the insides, but we didn't paint the axles. So it's just a matter of take a little bit of our Vallejo brown paint again from the egg cup and work our way around. I can touch up anything that I see on here as well that needs to be touched up yet, but basically it's one dip into the paint, work my way around the axle, and that guy's done. Set him aside there to dry. Now, one thing I didn't show you yesterday that I probably should have is this right here. Okay, so I've got spots where we got paint on top of the wheel tread, and you really don't want that there simply because you put this car in the layout and then that paint is slowly going to get rubbed off on your rails, and now you got rails to clean and everything else. So I've got little blobs like this on various wheel sets that have paint on them. Now I've got just a small pool of Windex in my egg cup here, and I'm just using a micro brush. Windex will take this stuff right off, but I want to make sure I don't glob too much on because we don't want to take paint off of all the rest of the wheel that we've just worked so hard to coat. So notice I just scrub it back and forth, paint comes off. I've got a paper towel here that all I'm doing is wiping off the micro brush on just to get the paint residue off. And then I can work my way around the rest of the wheel. Make sure that, you know, pretty much I've got that paint free. Okay, flip it over. I can see I got a blob on this side right up next to the face of the wheel here. That guy's got to go too. Again, you don't want too much Windex on here because I don't want to loosen up the paint on the rest of the wheel. Okay, our wheel sets are cleaned, painted, and ready to go. Let me clear the deck here. We'll break out our underframes and we'll try fitting one up to a shell and see how it looks. Okay, I've grabbed the 8460. We'll just peel his tape away. Carefully. Now, the trick is to remember how this goes back together. And I realize that the bathrooms are on this end, so the bathroom windows go that way. Should be able to just slip this right back down into place here. There we go. That technique has worked out wonderfully to get that nice grimy New Haven look underneath the car, but then the sides with the stainless steel are still fairly clean. These guys here, these are our little roof vents on top of the roof of the car. You can see here's one down here. Very nice. What I'm working on right now is cutting out masks for these because I've noticed from the photographs in the book, these guys are just sheet steel and they weather differently than the rest of the car does. And so I'm going to have to make some sort of little templates, either mask these off with tape, and I don't really want to do that, but I'm a big fan of card templates. This is an old John Pryke trick, another great New Haven modeler of days gone by, but John used templates all the time for doing airbrushing work, so we're going to make a few of these things to go around some of our roof vents today. I've already got this little complex set of roof vents done on this side of the car, but if I flip it over, and you can see I've got two roof vents over here yet that need to be dealt with. Let me show you how to do this. It's actually pretty easy. And the nice part is, since I have several of these cars to work on here, I've got roof vents that we're going to be able to make duplicates of. Unfortunately, this is the car that's different than the others, but that's okay. We'll start with him. So I've got my vents. I've got just a heavy-duty stock Post-it note here. It's a little better than your typical Post-it notes, but I'm just going to set it over the top of the car so that those vents are kind of in the center. Now, notice what I'm going to do here is I'm actually just going to press in around the vents with my fingers, making sure not to move the paper from its current location on the car. Then I'm going to take it off. When I flip it over, you can see that now I've got indents for those vents. That is a perfect place to start doing my cutting work, and then we can trim it up a little bit to get around the vents so that we wind up just spraying the vent space and not the rest of the roof. Cutting just to the inside of my indent. I'm also overcutting my length line here simply because of the fact I'm not quite sure how far I need to go for his curved back, but I can see his starting point very clearly. There's that. All right. I'm going to guess it's right about there. These don't need to be exact, so don't worry about them being exact, but it's nice if they have a fairly tight fit. Now I can come back with my template, lay it over the top of my first vent, get it to hook in place. My second vent lines up nicely. Okay, so it looks like my first vent is fine, or my second vent is fine. My first vent, we've just got that little bit of top to clean off yet, so let me get that real fast. That's actually just going to be to finish out my original cut marks there, like so. Okay, that, ladies and gentlemen, is how we make some roof vents. Now, this particular car has got a little different roof vent configuration because it is, even though it's an 8600 series car, it is a different 8600 series car. So what I'm going to do is just write down the number of this car. This is 8640. So that's one set of vents for 8640. Here's my other set of vents for 8640. We're back in the workshop at Kalmbach, and so now it's time to put our little paper masks that we created to use. We're going to start by spraying some more rust color onto the models, and for that I'm going to use good old Vallejo 71026. This is the same US flat brown that we've been using on the underframes of the cars. And essentially what we'll do is we'll rust up all of these metal or sheet metal roof vents first. We'll also work on our diaphragms too, because I've got the masks for those sitting here. We'll get all that done first, and then we're going to come back and do some other weathering on the roof of the car yet, because these look kind of grungy. Matter of fact, if I get the book, we can take a look to see what we need to do. Looking back at our New Haven Color Equipment Guide for examples, you can see that even though that we've got the kind of black painted roof here, over a short period of time that weathers up to kind of a gray, so we're going to need to do a little work on that. There's rust on that particular grill there, but then also down at the far end here, you can see rust on the sheet metal duct that goes off the top of the car for that vent as well. So those are the types of the things that we're going to try and replicate. So we want to make sure that our mask stays where it should. I don't want to tape it because I actually want to be able to try and reuse this for one of the other cars yet. So something about like that. We also want to be careful we don't overspray into that area too much. These shouldn't look like just completely rusty metal. They should still have a little paint to them. But they do need to look rustier than they do now, which is not at all. So just carefully get all sides, because these are 3D pieces, obviously. Now, I got too much paint on here. You're getting a little pooling up on it, but that's okay, because a lot of times on these metal parts, what happens is you get water that pools up, well, you know, kind of hangs on the bottom, and so pieces will rust more aggressively than others just based on where the condensation ends up. Look at that. Our rusty vents are nicely displayed, completely separate from our black roof, which should look different. Okay, working on the opposite end of the car because I don't want to mess up the vents we just painted. I've got my mask. Just gently come in and color the part. And there we go, rusty vent number 2. I've set the coach off for a bit to dry before we handle it again. I've got the diner here and I've got my diaphragms masked off. Remember, these are the plates that rub together, so they're going to be really rusty. I want to try and avoid getting too much rust on the end gate because that should still have some paint on it, but I'm not sure how much rust paint I have left in my airbrush here, but we'll try to get what we can. Now this is going to be a multi-step process for this. We're going to start out by airbrushing it, like you see here. And then we're going to come back and put some powdered pastel on it too, because I want it to have a little bit of that rusty grit to it. Plus I want some variety as well as in the color. They look pretty grungy in the photographs, so we're going to make sure ours matches. I don't want to get up into the top there yet, because I noticed that from the photos these have pretty much uniformly rusted all the way around. Now that the paint's had a little time to dry, I can slip the mask off. And there you go. You can see we've got the beginnings of our rust. We're going to put some powdered pastels in here to get some different color in, because it's going to have all sorts of different colors to it. But you can see that we've nicely painted this completely separate from the rest of the car end. Still going to put a little grime and dirt on this, but that's looking good. Once this dries up, we'll pull that piece of paper out of the doorway too. Now we need to work on the roof sections of the car. So we've already rusted up the roof vents themselves, but this nice uniform black color on the top of the car, that's not necessarily what we want. If I bring my color photos back in, you can see on this grill car here, for example, that black eventually weathers to kind of a nice little uniform gray with a little dust on the end. We're going to dust up the ends last on the cars, and maybe like you can see here, there's a little dust on the bottom of the fluting. We'll do that detail in a little bit, but right now we want to turn our attention to the gray roof. For that color, I'm going to wind up using some of this. This is number 71055 black gray. This is a nice dark gray color, which I'm hopeful is going to look a little bit different than what's already on the roofs of the cars. We'll see how that goes. The other thing I've got to point out too is the fact that our parlor car is still in the old green scheme, and it has a green roof. So I'm curious to see how the black gray is going to work on that. Now, before we commit to this, I want to do this as a test. We'll see how our black gray turns out. That's looking pretty gray. I'm going to spray right over the top of my rust detail. I'm going to try not to obliterate it though. So The other thing I want to do is avoid getting paint down into my masking tape. So I'm going to wind up holding the car on its side a little bit so I can spray up at it a little. Also want to keep it off the bottom here too because I didn't tape all the way across. We're just going to go lightly. Now I can see the paint hitting the roof of the car. And I'm pretty sure that this gray is going to be exactly what we want. You know, the irony is I think it's drying the same color as the paint that's already on there. We might need to lighten this up a little bit in order to get it to work. Try this end. Again, I want to be careful not to obliterate all that rust detail we just put into our roof vents. So I'm just going to work around them. And it's okay that the roof is not entirely uniform. I like the fact that it has kind of a mottled look to it. So I'll bring in another car. This happens to be the diner, and you can see there is a huge difference now between the black on the diner roof as delivered and then the black gray that is kind of that weathered look that the New Haven cars took on. So this is our color. Let's get the rest of them done. Now I've got a couple of spots where we had a little rust overspray right there and around here at the base of this particular vent. So I'm pretty sure we can come back with our gray color and just very carefully fill in those spaces. Again, without obliterating the rust that we've already spent so much time putting onto our roof vents. Now on the ends of the cars, because I didn't want to tape onto my diaphragms that we spent all that time doing the rust detail on, because I don't want to damage it, we've got these little slope sheets here, and so it's just a matter of coming in again with the airbrush and doing little spot points. It's okay that some of the original black shows through. Matter of fact, we want that, but we just want to make sure that the roof on the top in particular has a nice faded appearance to it. I'm going to keep plowing through these cars, and then when we come back, we'll take the tape off and make sure that everything is cleaned up along the sides. And we've got just a little bit of weathering to do yet today on the very ends of the cars, and then these will be ready to reassemble once we put the passengers inside. So we're going to go back to my favorite dusting color right now, which is Vallejo's number 71122 US Desert Armor. This is a good little color for doing dust work, especially if you thin it out a bit. Got that. We'll take the other one off too, just very carefully. All right, these cars are coming along nicely. Subtle is the name of the game this time. We want to come in and put just some dust along either side of the diaphragm here on the walls, the back walls of the car themselves, because basically what happens is as the car rides with another car in front of it, spray from the wheels gets kicked up in between the two cars and the wind circulating around, and it usually gets these areas dirty. The other thing too is that if the car goes through the car washer pretty much is only going to get the sides of the car, which would be the windows and the stainless steel that you see here. And so therefore the ends pretty much, once they're dirty, they're dirty. Okay, here we go. So I am working with very, very small amounts of paint, and we're going to do this as carefully and subtly as possible. It isn't going to take much. Okay, there's just a dusting in there. I don't know if you can even see it on the video. Come back with the other side of the car. Very subtly spray in there. So as a comparison, the coach that's on the left has the weathering on the ends. The coach on the right does not. So you can see that all we've done is we've hazed it up a little bit. There's a couple of little blemishes on the ends of both of these coaches. These were both used, and those blemishes actually look pretty darn cool. So it looks like something hit the car there at some point and left its mark, which is good, because these things should look like they have had a long service life. Now notice up to this point, I have not put anything on the sides of the cars. Remember, we spent all that time doing the rust detail for the undercarriage, which is going to look nice by itself. And again, from most of the photos I've seen, these cars on the side stayed fairly clean all the way through without a lot of grime. And so I'm going to just leave them that way. We put weathering in the places where weathering would occur on these stainless steel cars. We don't necessarily need to put weathering on the fluted steel itself. We don't want to ruin this nice kind of stainless steel look. We have to put some more rust detail on the ends of the diaphragms on the cars. The facing plates, remember, are very rusty because they rub together as the train rolls along. Now, even though I've taken all the glazing out of the windows here, the glazing in the doors is glued in, and I didn't bother removing any of that. Up to this point, that hasn't been a problem because we've masked the sides anyway. However, in the fact that we're going to be spraying dull coat here, I don't want it to get onto the clear window glazing because it will haze it. The end door is open. There is no casting on the inside, and so therefore we need to just take a little piece of tape. Doesn't need much. It just needs to block it temporarily until we get the spraying part done. In order to protect the outside of the windows when we spray this, all I need is a piece of paper towel that we just wrap around something like that, tuck it up inside the car body, and now I can spray away without any danger of getting stuff on those windows. Now this is going to be one of those deals where watch fast or you're going to miss it. So basically we just need a little shot right there. We don't want too much. Let that dry up. We'll get the other side. All we're doing is we're creating a surface that has tooth to it because the dull coat, being a flat surface, creates kind of a nice gritty texture for our powdered pastels to adhere to. All right, we're going to use 3 different AIM colors here, or Monroe model colors. We're going to use their dark rust, we're going to use their dark earth, and we're going to use some light rust by the time we're done too. So these just come in little square containers. We'll take the lids off. Got my rusts. Let's start with our dark rust. This is just an exercise in applying the pastel to the car in kind of a scrubbing motion. Blow the pastel off of surfaces you don't want it on. In fact, that's another thing I learned the hard way too. Originally I was just holding the cars upright to try and keep the pastels flat on the surface, and it actually wound up in all sorts of places I didn't want it, like on the roof and down the front ends. So, all right. This is going to be it looks bad until it doesn't look bad anymore. Okay, so that was our dark rust. Now we go with our dark earth. This is just more of that brown stuff. You get all sorts of rust on steel. You get light rust, dark rust. This is going to try and simulate some of that effect. Finally, we're going to come back with highlight rust. Orange, bright orange rust is usually the newest rust on a particular surface. And notice that I'm just taking some of the powder that's fallen off the car now and just picking it up with the micro brush and reapplying it. All right, our diaphragm looks pretty good. That's what it looks like with the rust applied. This is what it looks like without the rust applied. While this was an improvement over just the shiny bright metal, this is an improvement over that because of the nice gritty texture we've got. Now I've already done the other side of this particular car, and so I'm going to take this back to the spray booth and we'll hit it with another coat of dull coat. Back in the spray booth the final time for one more shot of dull coat, just to fix all that lovely gritty weathering in place. This is number 8623. It's one of our coaches. Before I can go ahead and put the window glazing back inside the car and put the shell back on the frame, we've got to do one thing yet, and that's put passengers in these seats, at least some of them, so it looks like there are people in the car. After all, this is a lighted car, and we want to make sure that we show off the interior as best we can. Over the years, Prizer has made a number of seated passenger sets. I have some people left in this one. This was number 14009. I also have a brand new set here, number 14416, full of passengers waiting to go in the cars. And if that isn't enough, I also have this set from Walther's Scene Master line, HO scale seated passengers. Again, these are called festival goers, and you've got a few figures in here like these guys with beer and pretzels. But the rest of these people obviously could be seated in a passenger car without any problem whatsoever. So we'll be able to use most of this set too. Now it'd be great to be able to use the passengers just as they are, but unfortunately we have to make some modifications to them. If you take a look at the car here, you can see that this is our vestibule area. This is where the floor should be in the car. However, to conceal weights and other things that go underneath the floor, you've got a raised section here, that's this gray area, which has raised everything up. So as a result, our seats are actually molded shorter than they would normally be. So, unfortunately for us then, when we try to position normal passengers who are seated, their feet are, well, they're all in the reclining position there, and that's not necessarily good for what we're trying to model here. So, In order to ride our train, you got to come without your feet so that you're sitting properly, which means we got to clip those guys off. So there's no two ways around this. It's a barbaric process, but it has to be done. So I've got my sprue clipper here. I'm just going to come in and take off the feet about up to the shins, something like that. Sorry, guys. And this is actually a very easy but time-consuming process. All we need to do is put some CA, got it on a micro brush here, on the base of the seat. We come back with our little couple. Give that a couple of seconds to harden, and they will be ready to go to town, or the city, or wherever they're going. So, needless to say, after that short little demonstration, you don't need to watch me go through the gruesome process of making feetless people so they can ride our passenger train. I've got 5 cars to fill here, but that's okay. Let me get some people in these cars. We can put the glazing back in the cars then and put everything back together, because I think you're going to like how they look. Well, that's a lot of leftover feet. However, Steve Oddie came up with a brilliant idea several years ago on another project when he had feet left over from something like this. He built a shoe store over in our Williams Bay area, and then he cut out all the little feet to make pairs of shoes that he put in the display window, as you can see here. One of the things I love about our finished train, and it made it worth all the time I spent putting the people inside the cars today, that is that when you see them lighted on the layout and the train does a slow roll by, you've got all sorts of wonderful interior detail. I just love the fact that in the smoking section on our parlor car, you can actually see the woman who's holding a cigarette. So it really does fit the part. Our dining car looks great with diners in it, and I also added a conductor to one of the coaches too. You can see him standing here as well. So, people inside the passenger cars, definitely the right project for our summer camp series. So, that's going to wrap up for summer camp. I'm going to run the train probably the rest of the afternoon on the MRNT, but don't worry, there's always plenty more to watch on MR Video Plus. We'll see you next time.
Well, that was very interesting. Especially I haven't touched weathering yet, so that's something that I'll have to watch again. So we do have a few questions here. The first one was, what pressure are you spraying at?
Most of the time, my airbrush seems to work best at the 25 to 30 PSI range, and I usually don't change up from that. I am not the quintessential airbrusher by any stretch of the imagination. That is more my, other people that I work with. Cody Grivno in particular is very meticulous about what pressure he's spraying at, but I know what works for me, and that's basically what I do. So 25 to 30 PSI, depending on the thickness of the paint for more than anything else.
Is that the same pressure that you would use for any of or all your cars?
Yeah, pretty much. If I'm airbrushing, it's somewhere in that range. I've got an Iwata Evolution dual action airbrush, and it seems to be that pressure range works well with that instrument. So,
okay. I've got this question, but I don't understand it very much. But what weathering would you recommend for interior of the cars?
Oh, that is an interesting question, because those Rapido cars are lovely. They've got a lot of great detail in them, but it's all colored plastic. None of it is necessarily painted. And in hindsight, if I had it to do again, which I will, because I actually have a whole bunch more of those cars to do, I think I would try dull coating the interior first. A lot of times that shiny plastic, if you hit it with a shot of dull coat, it takes some of that down. And especially because of the fact that these cars have lighted interiors to them, and those lights are very bright LEDs, so you can see in that car very clearly. I would be curious to try that first and see how that would work. Beyond that, probably the best the best course would be, instead of doing weathering on the interior of the car per se, paint the interior of the car, which, you have a whole bunch of different things you can do there. But I wouldn't want to have to try and pull all those seats out, especially since they're all glued in. So dull coating would probably be the first thing. The other thing you could do too, and I've seen this used very successfully, is after you dull coat, you take an ink wash, just, some India ink diluted in rubbing alcohol will do, and it'll help fill in all the little cracks and details and stuff that are in the seats, in the other, accoutrements inside the car, to give them a little bit more life. So dull coat and a little of the other stuff might be the way to go.
Do you really see through the windows? Like, is it clear plastic or is it glass? Like, do you really see inside?
Yeah, windows are clear plastic, and yeah, you really can see through into the details. I'm glad I spent the time I did putting the people in the way I did and creating little scenes, because they are very visible.
Oh, okay. Another question is, for those that showed up late, what brand of paint do you use?
On that particular project, I was using Vallejo for the most part, all the way through. So I had not used much Vallejo paint, but with testers getting rid of Model Master, well, first Polyscale and then Model Master, I've been looking for another paint to work from. And while Vallejo doesn't necessarily have American Railroad colors per se, you can match all sorts of things. And there are charts out there online that you can find that give you fairly good representations for not only Vallejo, but other brands of paint as well. And what you can, come up with what their color looks like in relation to, say, a Conrail blue or something like that.
Oh, okay. Just by curiosity, what kind of paint does Cody use?
Well, Cody has been experimenting with a whole bunch of different stuff. He also uses a bunch of Vallejo. Matter of fact, we were working on a project this past week in the shop, and he was using a lot of Vallejo for that. And I actually can't tell you. I don't know. He's got collections and collections and collections of paint, and every so often he'll be in the shop working on something, and if he doesn't have to write about it or show it on video, I find that he still has an old bottle of Polyscale that he's using instead of color matching to something new. So,
okay.
But yes, Cody has hoarded a pretty good collection of paint. So.
Okay. I noticed you used AIM powders. Would you use Pan Pastel?
Yes, actually, I use Pan Pastel quite a bit for some things. In this particular weathering project, I was using just the regular powdered pastels. I'll tell you, the thing that I really like the most lately is that Monroe Models makes these weathering solutions, which is basically powdered pastel suspended in an alcohol mixture. And we've gotten some really stunning weathering using that material. I wish I had used that on the diaphragms on those cars, as a matter of fact. When I do the next batch, I'm probably going to do that instead. I just really like how it looks when it's done, especially you dull coat it first, you put this wash on, and so the alcohol in the wash reacts with the dull coat a little bit, gives you some natural hazing already anyway to give it some variety, but then it also has the grit of the powdered pastel in there too. Once that gets on the surface also, you really get, your eye isn't fooled by a flat surface. So this gives you that kind of gritty, rusty texture. It's very easy to see. Cody uses it all the time for couplers. He uses that technique for couplers quite a bit. But yeah, Monroe Models, they're weathering solutions. And they're very easy to get. Matter of fact, I know too, for those of you who are overseas or out of country, out of the United States, that he can ship the bottle without the rubbing alcohol in it, that just has the powdered pastel in it. He gives you an instruction sheet then on how to mix your own once it gets to you. So basically, go down to your local drugstore and get a bottle of rubbing alcohol and mix it up with this stuff.
On the weathering note, have you tried the AK pencils?
I haven't yet. A couple other people in the building have been using them, and I like the results I've seen on them. I need to get a set. So, but yes, that will definitely be something I would like to add to my arsenal.
On your Christmas list, right?
On my Christmas list. Yeah, no, I give it to my wife, and she'd go, "Here, just go buy it and tell me how much it costs."
Okay.
Which is fine. I mean, I'm perfectly good with that. That'll work.
How many cars can you weather in a day? Like, for example, those those passenger cars. You had 5 of them, I think, or 5 or 6.
I was working on 5 cars there. Here's the tricky bit, is that everything I do anymore, modeling wise, always has a video, an article, a book, or some other thing attached to it. And so we're always stopping to shoot video, photos, and everything else. I've kind of lost track of, hey, you know, if I didn't have to do all those things, how quickly could I get a project done? But I will say this about the cars is I probably wouldn't do the entire project from start to finish, because the Vallejo paint, we have all noticed, it needs a little longer drying time than what we were used to with, say, Model Master or Polyscale or one of the other paint manufacturers out there. It stays soft longer, which is both good if you're trying to remove paint from places you don't want it, or try different weathering effects such as chipping paint or peeling paint. That's a great thing. However, it's not a great thing when you do some weathering and then you try to put mask over it right away within an hour or two of applying the first coat, because chances are really good you're going to just peel that paint right off. It still isn't quite hard enough to handle the masking. So we've had to kind of learn how to work with that a little differently. Definitely with those cars, though, that would probably be a 2-day project, simply to get the weathering coats on the bottom and the roof first, then do all the other little detailing and then put it back together. So.
Oh, that's good to know. We've run out of time.
As always.
It was a pleasure. So everybody, don't forget to check out the breakout room over at whereby.com/MRL-Aussies, AUSSIES. And David will be there very soon. So we're going to take a break and come back with our next clinician.
// Please use the //
Oh, sorry, not backslash, // Sorry. Yeah,
Okay.
// Okay.
I'll be right with you guys. Just give me a second here. I'm holding for Sir Rod Stewart. Yeah, he's a little annoyed because every time we do a show, he's always last on. He never gets on. But if you guys have been watching the NMRAx, I would strongly suggest that you sub to it, hit the subscribe button, hit the notification bell so you'll always know when it's on. And it's a great show. Hold on. Yeah, I'm holding for Sir Rod Stewart. Yes. Yeah. Hi, Rod. How are you? Bill Graham from MRL, Model Railroading Live. Guys, remember NMRAx. Yeah, I'm talking about the NMRAx, Rod. Yeah, you watch it too, Rod. Sir Rod Stewart watches it as well. Hey, Rod, listen. Let me just finish this up, and I'll get back to you. Okay? Yeah, I'm not gonna cut you off. I know I hung up the last time. That was not my fault. Relax, just relax. Okay, Rod. I'll be with. I tell you, these superstars. Get the guys Model Railroading. Hey, NMRAx, sub, like, and hit the notification button. Okay.
Welcome back. Again, I'm Speed at the bottom of the helix. Our next clinic is all about remote operations. Yes, that's where you're far away and you're doing some real model train stuff somewhere else. So one of our presenters have been modeling in 2 rail O scale for about 30 years. The first 7 in England and the most recent 23 in Canada. His main focus on the GHR, he might tell the story of the history of the name, is modern shortline switching operations. His partner in crime is a technologist by day and a model railroader by night. He enjoys creating control systems and video systems for modeling in the railroad community. We welcome Pete Mulvaney from Waterloo, Ontario, and Tom Chulabi from Fort Worth, Texas.
Hi everyone, thanks Speed, and thanks for the opportunity to present what we've been doing. So today we're going to take a brief look at how we've leveraged some miniature camera technology from Tutu Vision to enable a compelling user experience for remote engineers and conductors on our layout. I'm going to start with a couple of video clips or segments that will take you through what we've been doing, and then we'll segue into the Q&A breakout room afterwards. Thanks very much. Hello, I'm Pete Mulvaney. I'm located in Southern Ontario. And firstly, I'd like to thank you for giving me the opportunity to present today. I'm going to talk a little bit about my interest in the hobby, which is modern era shortline industrial switching, so last mile, and how we transitioned our sort of conventional operating sessions into operating with remote crews under the constraints of COVID. I model in 2 rail O scale. I have a freelance modern era shortline, loosely based on what I see around me here in Southern Ontario, which is OSR and GEXR. And the main focus of mine and of my crews is on the interactions between the crew members, engineer, conductor, and sometimes brakeman, in order to get the work done accurately and safely. So definitely a bit of a niche in the hobby, but one that I enjoy, and I hope that you will find what we're doing to be of interest. Technically, my layout's pretty much the same as any kind of modern era DCC setup. As you can see, protothrottle, log sound decoders, JMRI, and I use ShipIt to generate the car traffic and its output to switch lists. So in the pre-COVID world, typically I'd operate about once a month. Up to 6 people, 3 2-person crews could operate together, and we'd run for about 4 hours. Total of about 8 jobs, 6 locals and 2 interchange trains at the end of each session. So on the basis of once a month for 4 hours, my annual operating time was probably about 50 hours per year. So in an in-person operating session, the layout's divided into separate aisles with 8 foot high to the top of the backdrop, so you can feel somewhat isolated in the place that you're operating, but still it's easy to cheat as an engineer or conductor when the train gets short, because you can both see what the other person's doing in the crew, making the communication less of a dependency to get the work done.
2 cars. 1.
So once COVID hit, we really wanted to find a way to maintain our operations, but obviously I could be the only person in the room, so we needed to figure out how to get the remote engineer, remote conductor, or both roles to be remote, and I would do the rest of the work needed here in the room. So we've used technology, cameras in particular, to help us get to that model, and I'll take you through the steps that we've done to achieve that. And I now can say that I've never operated so much in my life, and over the COVID period, we've run more than 250 hours of operations with conductors and engineers from UK, Australia, and North America. Okay, so I'll walk you through the steps that we took on our way to creating a more immersive and compelling remote crew experience. We started off just with a simple Zoom call on a phone on a small tripod, as you can see, which provides a great view for the on-the-ground work and close-up work of the conductor. Not so good for the remote engineer, as he doesn't really get to see much of his end of the train most of the time, but still workable, and we had quite a lot of fun with it, but we just knew that we could do better. So to take it to the next level, we added some overhead cameras, low-cost Wi-Fi IP streaming security cameras fit the bill, and we ended up with a pretty decent coverage of the layout end to end, which certainly helped everybody to understand where they were in relation to each other and the equipment and getting the work done in a more accurate way. But really what we've done is create a better replica of the experience of standing in a layout room operating a layout. What we're actually trying to do is get the remote users, conductor, engineer, brakeman, immersed into the scene so they have proper at-scale views as if they were doing the work in the real world. So to get to that immersive view level, clearly a smaller camera system was going to be needed, and I was fortunate to meet Tom Chalabi from Choo Choo Vision a few months ago at some point online, and we started to talk about what my needs were and what he was putting into his product range. And so in the next couple of slides I'll take you through how I started to use his excellent products to really create a much more immersive and realistic at-scale view for my remote crews. Alright, let's take a look at the remote engineer's experience using Choo Choo Vision cameras. In this case, forward, side and rear views from the cab of the lead unit in a 2-unit consist, and he's going to be backing into pull a car from an industry spot, communicating with the local conductor via the Zello app on his phone.
Alright, crossing is protected. Back up 5 cars to the joint.
Back 5 to a joint.
Great ball.
3.
2 ball.
2.
1. Car. 20. 10. 5. And good. 3 points.
3-point set.
Now let's take a look at the remote conductor's view of the same move. In this case, we're going to be using the Choo Choo Vision panning camera to create the riding on the car view, and then later on the ground view. So I'll run the clip and then I'll show you how we do that. Alright, 56, arm up, crossing is protected. Come on, back 6, please.
Back 6.
Three more.
3.
2 more, 56.
2.
1 more.
1 more.
And that'll do. Alright, 56, come on back 1 car to the joint.
Back 1 to a joint.
Half a car. 20. 10. 5. And good. 3 point.
3-point set.
Alright, 56, just take it ahead 1.
Ahead 1.
And that'll do. All right, 56. I'm up ahead 6. Please.
Ahead 6.
Three more.
3.
2 more.
2.
1 more.
1.
And that'll do. So how we do that in O-scale is we have the Choo-Choo Vision camera mounted on external USB-C phone power pack battery that you see there, which is riding on top of the cars. We just move it between cars, held on with a little bit of blue putty or sometimes silicone gel phone mounting material. And then we have the 8-inch lens, and the servo here is actually providing the panning action. All of that's controlled through the browser interface, and everything's powered off connections to the camera. So the way that we delivered that panning view that you saw once the conductor's riding on the car is done by that browser interface, and you can see the movement here. So you can pan left and right fully, center it, or move in small increments depending on what he needs to see. So Tom's going to talk more about this in his segment, but he now has a servo that's a quarter of this size. So I think this is highly doable in HO as well as in O-scale. So I hope you enjoyed that walkthrough of our progression towards a better remote crew operating experience. And in closing, I'd just like to give you an update on what's coming next on the GHR. I'll start with a big thanks to Tom Chalabi at Choo-Choo Vision. You know, we've asked him for quite a few different features along the way as this has progressed, and he's always come through and exceeded our expectations. So much so that the GHR management has signed off on Choo-Choo Vision now, so we're in a position to start installing individual panning cams in each of our roster cabs. That'll give the remote engineers the opportunity to be able to pan their own view, same as the conductor does. And I'll close in giving you a glimpse of what that's going to look like. And once again, my thanks to Tom, and you'll be hearing more from him shortly.
Hello, and welcome to an overview of the Choo-Choo Vision Model Railroad Video Camera System. Model railroaders have built amazing worlds. Their layouts are to scale, buildings and bridges and roads and trees and mountains. Their trains are at scale, all the engines and cars and cabooses. The one thing that's not at scale is us, the operator. And that's where Choo-Choo Vision fills the need. It helps us be at scale. It's virtual reality for model railroading, an immersive and realistic experience. So what is Choo-Choo Vision? At its heart, Choo-Choo Vision is a video camera that also allows you to take photos. But it's much more than that. It's an operator's camera that allows you to sit in the cab of your engine, or trackside, or be a conductor, and be at scale inside your layout. Choo-Choo Vision also allows you to stream your video over the internet, so you don't physically have to be in the room with your layout. You can be located anywhere in the world and run a locomotive halfway across the globe. It live streams over the internet, and a typical delay is about 1.5 seconds. So Choo-Choo Vision was designed for model railroading, but it was designed by model railroaders. So all the wants and needs for the features and functionality of the system were considered and derived by model railroaders to create an immersive and realistic experience. For instance, the form factor. How small could we make the camera so it will fit inside our locomotives? Custom designed lenses, and of course power systems that enable us to run the cameras off of DCC track power and have a battery that functions as a keep alive. And certainly the pan cam, which allows us to move a lens left to right and get a full panoramic view of our layout. Let's take a look at what an engineer would see using the Choo-Choo Vision. You can see the engine in front of you, the handrails, the tank car that we just passed, an immersive and realistic experience. And all of this is brought to you over the web in near real time. Choo-Choo Vision products include trackside cameras, which can be placed anywhere on the layout, cab cams, which you just saw, which can be placed in or on engines, the pan cam accessory, which allows you to get a panoramic view of the layout, and the installation kit, which can be installed inside certain powered locos and also in rolling stock. Let's take a look at the trackside cam. This tiny little camera can be placed anywhere on your layout. It's great for rail fanning in a crossing or being placed in a yard for switching operations. The camera is battery operated, and it's also scalable. You'll notice right now the camera is upside down. Well, that's to get the camera lens height at HO scale. Notice the height of the lens. If you rotate it 90 degrees, it accommodates N scale. And a 180-degree rotation puts the camera lens at O scale height. Here's a look at the Choo-Choo Vision cab cam. You can easily place this on top of any loco and set the lens in the cab window to give you an engineer's view of the world. This camera is battery operated, and of course it live streams over the internet using a web browser. The battery typically lasts for about an hour. The neat thing about this camera is you can run a loco with this camera, then easily take the camera off and set it on the next loco and continue recording or streaming video. The cab cam can accommodate N, HO, and larger scales. In the lower right-hand corner, you see an image of an HO engine with a top-mounted cab cam. It's using our 3-inch lens. Up in the top of your frame is an N-scale implementation using an 8-inch lens. The camera itself is mounted inside the boxcar behind the engine, and the long 8-inch lens stretches to the window of the engine. The Choo-Choo Vision installation kit allows you to install the system inside powered locomotives, dummies, and rolling stock. Notice the RDC Bud engine in the upper right corner. It has both front and rear cams installed, runs off a DCC track power, and uses a magnetic reed switch to turn the camera on and off. The camera installed in the Santa Fe engine uses our 8-inch lens, All the electronics were placed in the back of the engine, and the camera lens stretches through the internal body up to the front nose. The ChuChu PanCam accessory allows you to get a panoramic view of your layout. It attaches a cam or trackside camera. Let's take a look at how the ChuChu camera with the PanCam accessory is used to see if we've cleared the crossing. Here the operator is moving the camera left to right using the web browser. And clubs, museums, and by private layout owners to create videos, take photos, and of course, remotely operate locomotives anywhere in the world. We have customers in Australia, the United States, Canada, the UK, Norway, New Zealand, and so on, who are all wanting to share their layouts with model railroaders around the world. Our cab cams, trackside cams, and of course the pan cam provide an immersive and realistic experience that's never been seen before. You can find additional information about our products, sample videos, pictures, and pricing at www.chuchuvision.com. Thank you.
Welcome back. I am so excited because the Plano Train Show is coming, and I made a deal with Tom to acquire a camera there. So, Tom and Pete, how did this need arise?
Well, for me, it was really that I had enjoyed in-the-room operating sessions here on my layout over a number of years with up to 3 two-man crews, and that's kind of developed a couple of groups where we all became friends and enjoyed operating together. And then under COVID, all of a sudden, it's just me, and so really it was just thinking about how can I try and replicate what we were doing, without anyone coming over. And then that's when I started that progression through the phone to the overhead cameras to the ChuChu Vision cameras. And then, part of the reason why Tom's got such a lot of grey hair is because I started asking him awkward questions about 3 years ago, 3 months ago, about can we do this? Can we make it do that? Can we pan it? Can we have it in the cab? And all these things which my remote crews were getting excited about. So, yeah, in a strange way, it's kind of a silver lining to this dreadful COVID situation. Kind of forced us down this path, but it's turned out to be something quite engaging, and we've been having a lot of fun with it.
Tom, did you see a need somewhere? I kind of know the story, so I would like you to answer it.
Oh, Tom, you're
muted.
I'm part of a club that's out in the middle of nowhere here in Texas, and it's a half-hour drive to get over there. It's in a 5,000 square foot building, so there's room after room of track, and I just kept chasing my train around the layout, and we have this dispatch room with all these TV screens, and I was like, you know what, I should be able to watch my trains sitting here in the dispatch room, and more than that, I should be able to run 2 or 3 trains at one time. So if I had cameras in these trains, I could sit in dispatch and operate them, and that's how at least I seeded the project. And then once I met Pete, a whole bunch of other uh, features and functionalities came about from what he was wanting to do. So that's how it all came together.
So that leads us straight into the next question. Can you run multiple cameras simultaneously on different locomotives?
Yes. So the way the system's designed is each camera has its own unique identifier. And if you know a little bit about network traffic, it's also on its own port. So you can have, multiple cameras running at the same time. So you could have a trackside cam running, a couple of engines running with cameras in them. You can even mount the cameras overhead. So uh, it's the limiting factor externally, if you want to stream over the internet, is the amount of bandwidth that you have.
and internally there's not much of a problem. We've ran actually up to about 10 cameras on an internal layout simultaneously.
Oh. Okay, so for the use of these cameras, have you ever considered using these for like rail fanning model railroads?
Yeah, absolutely. I think Pete has a Railfan camera. It's a trackside camera that has the pan cam unit on it. And so you basically can just set that, right at a crossing, or you can put it in a yard, and it's battery operated. Just pick it up and move it. And with the pan cam accessory, that gives you the rail fan ability to move your head left or right and see trains coming and going. So Pete, how are you using that in switching ops?
Well, for our crews, we really have, there's three positions. So we have the cab cam, which can be inside the cab or multiple cameras mounted on the outside, depending on which locomotive. And then for the remote conductor or brakeman, we have two options. So we have the riding on the car camera, which is using the panning as you saw in the video. And I use that same unit actually, which is the equivalent of the trackside panning cam. I put that on a stand, which leaves the lens at O-scale person height, so they can look either way as they're making a joint, or get an idea of what's going on up the row of cars or down a row of cars, depending on where they need to make a cut and things like that. But equally well, you could sit that panning rail fan cam in a good rail fanning spot. You can also sit it in your tower, or if you want to put it on an overpass to get those all important roof shots that we all find so hard to capture in the real world. So really, your imagination is the only limitation. You can use those cameras anywhere, and because they're self-contained, battery powered, on your Wi-Fi anyway, wherever you put them, that you can see whatever's there in front of you. They're very versatile.
Ever thought of using these on mainline trains?
Well, for my side, we're very focused on last mile. So, unfortunately, in O-scale, you need a lot of space to have a main line. So the answer is I don't even have a main line. But if I did, I would.
Yeah.
But I
And
think we're just focused on that up close in your face, the last mile. But I know, Tom, you've done quite a bit of work on the main line with them.
yeah, I'll have to confess, I'm more of a mainline guy, Pete, than than a
I know I'm
switcher.
in a niche. It couldn't be
Uh,
any narrower.
so my primary use has been on mainline.
How about using them on top of passenger cars?
Certainly. So the camera can easily be put on top of a passenger car. We're all using the little blue putty, the Fun Tac. So you just put a dot of it on the back side of the camera and stick it to the top of the passenger car, and then affix the lens. Kind of gone one step further than that. I've got an RDC Bud car that we tricked out with two cameras, so it has both a front and a rear camera in it, and runs off of DCC track power. So it's super flexible. I mean, you can basically put the camera anywhere. What Pete and I have talked about, and he's reminded me so many times, is he's a niche player. So don't let what Pete and I have intended the camera for or used it for to kind of bound your imagination, because if you got a little spot and you want to view from that spot, pretty much we think the camera can satisfy that need.
So you're saying I could even put this inside a passenger car, and then I could have the passenger look out for the giants in the room?
Yes, sir. I mounted a camera inside a box car, opened both doors, and put the pan cam unit inside that box car. So we're calling that the hobo cam.
Cool.
So he's and then we talked about the Bud engine. I mean, Pete, you've done some amazing stuff with even putting the camera inside the cab in HO, and having the engineer look forwards and backwards. So very flexible.
So for those of us who missed the start of this clinic, where can we buy this, or is the code open source, or what parts do we need?
So everything's available on the choochoovision.com website. One of the reasons I made the product was there's only a handful of folks that understand how to manage all the technology and get software loaded and find the right lenses and work out power solutions. And what was happening was that it was just a bridge too far for most people. They basically just said, hey, I want a camera, give me one. So that's why I actually started to market it. So ChooChooVision.com has track side cams, the cab cams, there's a kit for an install. So if you want to integrate it into a powered loco or a dummy engine, everything's in that kit. There's a power comes right off of the track through a DCC power converter I created. Of course, you can turn it on and off with a magnetic reed switch. And there's a host of different lenses in there, different lengths, and there's standard lenses, there's wide angle lenses, and all kinds of good stuff on the website to get you rolling.
Is there a minimum DCC voltage needed on the track?
I think I'd have to go back and check the spec on what I put together, but I think it's somewhere around 11 to 12 volts.
Okay.
And it'll go up to about 20 some odd volts.
And then how do you deal with the normal problem of a dead spot?
Each camera comes with a internal battery, and it functions as a keep alive. So while you're running off of DCC track power, that power unit is not only running the camera, but it's charging your battery. If you hit a dead frog or a dirty spot and you lose track power, the battery takes right over. You don't even miss a step.
And do you know how many amps this used? Do I need to buy a bigger booster maybe?
You don't. The camera is drawing on average about 120 milliamps. It'll peak out around 200 if you got, if your battery's really low in power and needs a charge. But so 200 milliamps is the max draw. So that's a drop in the bucket.
Yeah, it should be less than an engine in HO and maybe half an engine in N-scale.
Yeah.
Have you put any thought into integrating this into WeThrottle, which is the thing we use to run trains from our phones?
Yes. So right now in the engine driver throttle, you can open up a web browser in that application and actually see the video right on your phone. It'll run on a tablet as well. I'm currently working on an upgrade to the software for WeThrottle. Just haven't had a ton of need for it yet, but it's something that I'm definitely looking at. It's on the roadmap.
Okay. So does ChooChoo Vision have a supplier in the UK yet or Australia?
So no, it's all based out of here in Texas. I ship anywhere in the world. As a matter of fact, a camera just arrived in Norway a couple weeks ago. Shipped one to New Zealand. There's several that have gone to the UK. Of course, Canada has there's quite a few in Canada. We're looking at Pete there. I think, Pete, how many do you have now?
Probably more than you have in stock. Several is all I'll say. But the reason is I love them, and I keep using them in more and more places.
So I can pretty much ship anywhere in the world.
Do you have a dimension somewhere on how what the smallest unit would need inside a boxcar or inside an engine if you decided to carve some space out there?
Let me pull that up real quick and see if I have the dimensions on it.
And while you're doing that, I can tell you that, of course, in O-scale I have a lot more room, but Tom showed me, I think, a modern Dash 8 where he was able to install the camera board and all the power pickup, reed switches, everything that you need, backup battery, and still everything else is still in there, DCC sound, etc. And then the camera is positioned to be able to look out through the engineer's window. So highly doable from what I've seen. And as he said, I'm always telling him, don't listen to me. I'm just a niche guy in O-scale. HO is where you need to cater to, and that's where the future lies. And
correct.
I know that's what he's working on. So
yeah,
all good.
Don't forget N-scale, but we're a little bit more patient.
Well, now he has a solution for that too, but I'm sure he's going to show you in a minute.
Yeah. So here's the size of the camera. It's pretty teeny tiny. It's about 1 3/4 inches tall. I'd say it's about 3/4 of an inch wide. And this
Mhm.
one's equipped with the larger battery pack, but the normal battery pack is about 3/4 of an inch. So I've got the dimensions out on the website. I did get creative. I shouldn't say this out loud, but in order to fit it in that dash 8, I actually removed the camera from its housing, and that made it a little bit smaller. And that's also what I've been doing for N scale.
Okay.
I take the camera out of the housing and I put it in a box car behind the engine, and then run that 8-inch long lens up to the nose of the cab.
Cool. Cool. Okay. The big question is, have you spoken to any of the vendors yet to maybe make some room for your electronics inside of the, not vendors, the manufacturers of the engines, so that we could buy a camera equipped locomotive?
I have not, and that's actually an interesting idea. Somebody send me an email and we can have a conversation on that if you know how to get that started.
Pretty neat. Let me just quickly scan here for some other questions. So how about what that website is again?
It's www.choochoovision.com, and that's CHOO vision.com. Pete loves to poke me about the name, and so does my daughter.
Hey, if someone will remember it, then it has served its
It's
purpose,
definitely
right?
memorable. And the
Yeah.
good news is that what you'll find there is a professional product range that is now working extremely well. You know, Tom's been amazing to work with. I've got to tell you, some of my crew would say after an operating session, if only we could have it do this. And I'd call them and say, can you make it do this? And that, 3 a.m. the next morning, boom, software update. Oh, that's working. Fantastic. Not always that quick, to be fair to him. I don't want to ruin your life, Tom. You've been amazing to work with. I have to say that. It's been a really
Well,
interesting and fun journey.
well, I appreciate that, Pete. It's been a blast. I have to tell
Yeah.
you, I've learned so much by doing this. I mean, I'm really a technology guy, and model railroading is like I said, it's my night job. But it's amazing what you can learn from folks when you're developing cameras about how model railroading works. And I never even knew that there was, mainline or the switching operations you were doing, Pete. So it's been super to work with all the different folks. I've got another customer that does model railroad photography. Asking me about all kinds of lens options and focal lengths and a whole bunch of photography stuff that I wasn't aware of at the very beginning. So it's like everyone I talk to, I learn new stuff, and if I hear enough of that type of need, we'll roll it right into the product.
I was lucky enough to operate on Pete's layout already twice. Now, I'll warn the public that the paperwork is quite a bit that you need to study for this. But where else would you learn what a 3-point set means? Maybe Pete can tell us what that is. And
Sure. I mean, that's a bit awkward because it's a Canadian phrase, but so it's in the Canadian. Well, me calling to you 3-point means if you're the engineer that you're going to be making sure that you've centered your reverser, your throttle's in idle, and if you have it, your traction motor isolation switch is going to be disengaged. But it's called various things in the US, so it might be called 3-point protection. It might be called set and centered. Red zone, there's a few different phrases that different railroads use, but up here, just around my locale where my railroad is based, it's 3-point and then confirming back 3-point set. The purpose being that with those three things in place, it's impossible for the power to move. Therefore, it's safe for the guy on the ground to go in and lace up the air or whatever he might need to do. So, yeah, that's one of the phrases that you have to learn because otherwise you can kill me quite accidentally, and we wouldn't want that, would we?
so,
One of the things that gets me excited about this technology is, as we start to roll it out and more people adopt it. I mean, I'm looking at you, Speed, and you're sitting in the Helix, and I want to run on your layout. I don't know where you live. I don't know if I can drive there on a Tuesday night, but how cool it would be for me to log on, and you give me permission to operate one of your locos, and I can run on your layout, and we can do ops together. And it's just, to me, it's gonna in time expand the railroading community, the reach of our clubs. You no longer have to be, a 25-minute drive time away from,
Correct.
Plano, Texas. I mean, you now can have members that are halfway around the world. I think, Pete, you've got some guy running from Australia.
Yeah, I've got Australia and UK crew members, and remote conducting is really an interesting challenge. Especially these people have never seen my layout, never been in the room, so that's why you need some of the paperwork that Speed referred to. But once you learn it, and they do get road knowledge over time, as you saw in the video. We're sort of knocking on 300 hours of this now since COVID, and there's several regulars who basically know the moves. They've got road knowledge. They know the landmarks, even though they've never been here, thanks to the cameras. So,
Yeah.
yeah, highly satisfactory, I would say.
I had a museum curator contact me. He purchased a couple cameras, and I asked him, I said, "Well, what are you going to do with the cameras?" He says, "Well, we're going to increase visibility of our museum." And I said, "Well, are you just wanting to record video?" He says, "No, it's a little bit more than that." He says, we're going to go ahead and record video, and we're going to put that out on our website and show folks what the layout's about. But what we're also going to do is open up the trains so folks from anywhere can grab a throttle, and we'll present that to them, and also use the camera and run a loco on our museum layout, and hopefully they'll get excited about it and want to come see us. So the
Well,
the use cases are out there. It's just being creative about it.
there's also a whole generation that we know about that loves these kind of rectangular devices. So maybe that's a way to lure them in to, maybe have the courage to go to a railroad eventually. So
Yeah.
And maybe it's a revenue opportunity. If you think of places like Little Canada here, which is the most amazing thing, based, kind of similar to, I guess, Miniature Wonderland in Hamburg. But you can actually have a 3D printed replica of yourself at scale put in your favorite scene. That means something to you in Canada, so everyone knows that you're there. But why couldn't you buy a ticket to ride on the train or all the way around the layout too, right? I mean, start it off as a free, but if it gets to the point where it's working well, why not help your revenue by charging people a few dollars to go and have that experience? So if they can't visit, at least they can ride all the way around on the train, or they have vehicles on their
indeed
roads too, which the cameras would fit in. So yeah, lots of opportunities, I think.
Yeah. And it's kind of a mind shift too. So some folks I've talked to are like, "Well, I've already seen train videos. I've seen that. I can, I've got a little camera and I've recorded things on my layout. Why would I want choo-choo vision? What does it do for me?" I said, "Well, it's the difference between recording a video and watching it later, and actually being in the cab live and operating it. I mean, you're there in the cab making it happen." And it's transformative, I think, in the way we think about model railroading. We've all been these, birds flying over our layouts and looking down on our locos and our cars and everything else, and it's like we're sort of these, avatars now that fit inside our our engines or trackside, and actually we're part of the world now that we built.
Yep.
So it's a whole mind shift change.
Yeah, see, I see a tiny little problem with these cameras. I'm gonna have to put scenery in on every level of this helix.
Well,
You
it's
know?
funny you should say that, but one of the things I've realized I need now is front drops. We've all heard of backdrops. But
Yes.
because the cameras, depending on which side of the cab you're on, are looking out into the room instead of looking at the backdrop, I basically have to order a bunch of shirts with Southern Ontario scenes printed around the belly as I walk alongside the train that someone else is driving. Or, as you can see up here, actually, my very vestigial front drops, 6-inch
Yep.
high pieces of blue styrofoam that block off the view of my horrible basement, so that you don't see that out of scale stuff in the background when you're driving your train. So, yes, it's driving all kinds of new innovations, I think.
My friend I'm helping him build a layout here in Fort Worth, and so we put a camera on the layout, and it's still under construction, and it just the ballasts look like these huge boulders. And there were, trees that just didn't seem right and buildings that didn't seem right. And I didn't never intended it to help with perfecting scenery. But boy, once you're at scale with this camera,
Oh yeah.
you really get to see it all. And so here we are ripping up ballast and going with a finer grade of ballast and moving trays around, and there's a bunch of other stuff that we fixed as well. I tell you what was also cool, the track's still in the finishing process, so you could see as the engine with the camera on it was going down the track, you could see all the track imperfections.
Mhm.
Because now before you're just looking at it and you're rubbing your hand over the track and you're like, oh, that feels right to me. Okay, now you run a train over it with this camera on it, and you can actually see the engine jerking when it hits a bad spot. So it's really opened up a whole nother use case that we never even thought about, was perfecting scenery and helping you lay track better. So.
Yep. There's one more technical question. What kind of battery do you use inside the system?
It comes with a little tiny LiPo battery. So that comes with the camera. It's automatically charged by the camera. I wrote a whole bunch of software to protect the battery, so it never gets too low on voltage, and it'll protect it. And there's charging routines that I also wrote for the camera software that'll charge it up. So basically, all you have to do is plug it in with the included cable into a USB outlet like you have for your cell phone, and the camera will start charging. And it takes about an hour or so. Of course, if you're running off DCC track power, you don't have to worry about the battery.
Okay, so now that you mentioned the setup thing, is there lots of software things that I need to do? Do I need to create ports through my firewall for people to see the camera? Do you help people with all of that?
Yes. So there's just like we would do in JMRI, if we want to run WE throttle, we open up port like 1280 or 1290 on JMRI. So each camera comes with an assigned port number, and all you have to do is open up that port for the camera as well on your firewall. It takes a minute or two to do that, and you're off and running.
And just don't forget, that's if you want to do remote access. Of course, if you're doing it in the room, then it's just a simple one-time boot up, get it connected to your Wi-Fi, and now you can view it from anywhere within inside your firewall. So that extra port forwarding step is very straightforward. I've done it with lots of remote users that come in here to obviously access my cameras through the sessions, and but that's only necessary if you're going to use them remotely.
And what we're finding is I'd say about a third of the folks are buying the cameras for remote use, and the other 2/3 are buying it for local use.
Okay. Cool. Let me just quickly do a scan and see if someone had more questions, and then we will ask people to meet you guys over in the breakout room, which is wearby.com/MRL -sign Aussies, like I say, with 3 S's. So thank you very, very much for the time you guys put aside to spend with us, and I hope the sales will skyrocket.
Thank you, Speed.
Yeah, thanks for the opportunity. It's been great fun.
So Tom, I will see you next weekend in Plano at the train show.
And then I hope to run your layout a few weeks after that.
Please.
Yeah, you're coming back here for some more ups too, Speed. I'm not letting you off the hook.
Oops.
You
So
better
you
study
say
those
you say I need to keep the paperwork?
Yeah, you do. All right,
Thank you,
thanks a lot.
guys.
Cheers.
Hey, Marty. The camera's still on. It's still rolling. Don't go get a sandwich now. It's still rolling. Marty's gone down to the beach. Marty lives like 30 feet from the beach. Marty is like loaded with coin. You see, when Marty's not on camera, this is what he's doing. He's always doing this. Anyways, the guys at NMRAx, you got your Marty Jenkins, you got your Gordy Robinson, who's now the president of the NMRA, you got your Speed Muller, you got your Brad Anderson. If I'm missing somebody, I apologize, but those are the names Marty told me to mention. So anyways, these guys work really hard on these videos and getting them out, and the clinicians work really hard. So if you're enjoying it, apparently, according to Tony Cook, I watched his promos, and apparently what you do is you click on you subscribe, like you're getting the magazine, and then you click on the little bell icon. And then you'll get notifications whenever there's a new NMRAx video available. I should be a lot smoother doing this. If I was Burt Reynolds, I would be like way smoother doing this. It should be something like this. That would be much better. All right. Anyways, that's what you got to do. You got to subscribe. You got to click the little bell icon. You'll get tons more videos. These guys are doing an awesome job, a yeoman's job. And make sure you tell them that you enjoyed my promo videos more than you enjoyed Tony Cook's promo videos. That is key. Did I do it right, Marty? Okay. All right. Thumbs up, Marty. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. That's right. The toilet goes backwards. Yeah, I know that. That's cool. Up, Marty. See ya.
Okay, so we're back in the studio. What a trip that was. We've been all around the world today. We've been Southern Africa. We've been to Canada. We've been in North America. We've had people from Texas. We've been everywhere. I know my wallet's probably going to take a bit of a bashing at that last clinic. I'm quite interested in those remote pan and tilt units for those cameras. Anyway, what do you reckon?
Well, it was another great show like usual, but I reckon we should tell everyone what we've got coming up for next month now.
Cool.
To get them all inside at speed. I know you're working hard behind the scenes. What do you got lined up so far?
Well, we have that rumored covered bridge, 23 inches, I heard. We have the Port of New York Railroad, which is all battery operated. Maybe Riley will tell us about that. We have one that's not completely confirmed yet, and then we have railroad signals by Peter Watson from Massachusetts.
Cool.
So pretty exciting.
So how do people get in touch if they want to do a clinic on NMRAx? Which, why wouldn't they? It's the greatest platform to do it.
Exactly. So I believe it's NMRAx at nmra.org. Send an email there, or find any of us on Facebook, or even track Gordy down. I know that's a little harder, but maybe President at will do that. And we still have a few slots available for the third weekend in December, because Christmas Day falls on our special fourth Saturday of the month. So we're going to move that up 1 week so that we can give you 4 more clinics. So there's more room there.
Cool.
Perfect.
So
what
things
about,
are moving along.
What about coming up after this show, Martin? What have we got in store for
Well,
everyone if they want to hang around?
After this show, we got an awards show coming up for the NMRA. Usually when they have their annual convention at the banquet on the Saturday night, they usually have a bit of an awards presentation for the different awards put out by the NMRA. So being as we didn't have a face-to-face and a sit-down dinner this year, we thought, well, we'll put together a little show, and we'll go through all the awards. I believe we're going to be joined by the president and a couple of others. So we'll get set up for that, and I believe that's starting in about half an hour, isn't it, Brad?
It'll start on the half hour. I need a bit of a break. I've been working extremely hard here for very little pay. So,
Oh, hang on. I can hear those. did anybody hear those violins coming in? I can hear them. I can hear a serenade coming from somewhere.
Perfect.
Brad,
perfect.
as long as you make more or the same as Martin, we should all be happy.
Yep.
Oh, we're all happy then. Hey, Martin, while we're talking about you and everything, I see you've been working on a few little clips from some selected guests. And do you want to just reframe and tell everyone again how to get notified and keep up to date with all our stuff?
Yep, we've had a few people drop in and do a little promo video for us. Now, if you want to get notifications of when we're going to be putting content up, go to the YouTube channel, subscribe, hit the little bell icon on the side. Then every time we go live, you'll get a notification. It'll come up to tell you that we've done so. Not only that, when we upload the videos after we've edited them and they're down into single clinic videos, you'll get a notification that they've been posted as well. So it's a plethora of information that can come from the YouTube channel. It's one of these Google products that I've been researching the background of.
Ah, so
did
you're
you
learning.
say edited it, or did you say edited it?
Edited.
I believe Google's got to translate. We'll have to run that through later on, Speed, to see what he really meant.
It's the way we say it in Wales. It's Welsh. It's Gaelic. So anyway.
So just some advice there. I don't think he did quite as good job as Tony with his fried chicken or Lionel with his Sunny. So you might want to pick your game up for next show.
Okay. Yep. Well, I've got a couple of others that are in the are being recorded at the moment. We're trying to get a couple of other people into the studio, and we'll get a few others done as well. So that should keep people entertained in between the breaks. Anyhow.
Perfect.
Management mentioned a small raise as well. So.
Yep. Yeah.
Okay. Well, speaking of breaks, I need a break. I need another coffee. I hope everyone enjoyed this month's show, and there'll always be one next month. So catch us all later.
See you later.